Oh, crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
The crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Boys, how are you?
Hi, Matt.
Good. What's up?
I'm sorry. I had to plug into my headphones. I didn't realize that both of you were not in studio today.
Also,
We're
Josh
at
just
the ballpark.
backseat produced Matt unknowingly.
No, I just didn't join the stream yet, but I was here.
Well, because I had the queue on waiting for you guys before, and then Josh was like, "Was Matt in the studio?" Well, he's not in the
Well, I
stream.
didn't know
and then Matt
because
heard it.
no one was joining the stream for like 5 minutes. John and I were just sitting here all by our lonesome. I was worried that we were even going to do a show.
You guys were having a good time. We could hear you over the mics. You guys you're in a little. I told Grim, I was like, Peterson is in a very like fun, sarcastic mood today.
Oh, did you hear what I had to say about Dan Patrick?
About Dan Patrick and
he talks about his BH a lot.
Yeah, we only ever hear him talk about his BH.
Hey boys, how's your butt?
Rectal exam, scary, right?
Did your tight end just clench?
Yeah,
Don't
do you
worry.
like wiping?
Hey, it's just a blood test. Hey, what do you wipe with? I'm Dan Patrick. Dude wipes.
You buy cheap toilet paper and wonder why you keep poking yourself?
There's nothing worse than one-ply toilet paper. You know what, Dan? With the current geopolitics going on right now, I can think of a couple things worse than one-ply toilet paper.
Also, Dan, it's completely within your power to buy multiple-ply toilet paper.
You know,
you don't just have to settle
Nick
for
started
one-ply.
doing. He sounded like Mike Thompson for a moment. He
Buddy.
was veering very close into Buddy territory.
Well,
Yeah,
do you
he
see?
was.
Do you see how many
Hey, buddy.
buttons are
My Dan
buttoned
Patrick
down?
and-
Do you see?
Button?
Do you know how many unbuttons he has right now? Look how unbuttoned Nick is. It's
That's-
ridiculous.
Nick loves
buttons.
showing off his chest hair.
I know, man.
It's just two
I don't think
buttons.
it's appropriate.
Yeah,
honestly.
I don't think it's appropriate either. I have
It's-
some feelings back here, and I don't appreciate it.
It's less about showing off the chest hair and more this is more comfortable than buttoning these top two. don't
I
like the
couldn't
top two.
disagree with you more. I think you are totally well within your trying to show off your.
I'm
chest hair.
absolutely not. I hate my chest hair. It never like has
Okay,
fully
then button
grown
it up.
in. It's
Button
like
it up. I don't think it's uncomfortable at all for you to
Just
button it
one
up.
button.
Just
okay,
one
you don't
button.
think it's uncomfortable for me, but I'm the one wearing the shirt and I'm the one who deals with the uncomfortableness.
Look, I live with a lot of people who have tight clothing. I'm telling you right now, that's not tight at all.
Okay, it's not uncomfortable because it's tight. It's uncomfortable because I don't want it up there.
What? Why don't you want it up there?
I don't know, I just don't like it up there.
Some people love to have it up there. They're
Okay.
all about having it up there.
I'm not one of those people.
I'm Dan Patrick.
Did you clench up there?
Uh-huh.
You know, not to take anything away from the good people at Dude Wipes, but you
Yeah.
know, if you just get some really good toilet paper and moisten it, it pretty much does the same thing.
You can also flush that. Dude wipes destroy your toilet. They say don't flush it because it messes.
no,
with your plumbing. It doesn't
they
degrade.
do?
Yes.
Then
You're not
Then why
supposed
are we
you're
to.
doing
supposed to put it in your trash,
Yep.
which means you're going to have to take your
Oh,
trash out a lot
stinky
more
That's
often.
poop
disgusting.
trash.
You want your fecal material sitting in the bathroom trash
Yeah.
can, stinking up.
That's
Have
why.
you-
That's why these wet wipe things has always bugged me because it's like, well, you're not supposed to flush those. You're just going to give yourself a bigger problem.
I think for me, I mean, I there's no shame in doing a 2-part flush. You know, if you realize that you're going to have to do more of a job, you know, I already got a couple in there. Probably should flush it now
Sometimes
and
you
then
need a
flush it
double
again
flush.
later. Sometimes you need a double flush. There's no shame in double flushing, guys.
I mean, it's always important to double flush, but man, I mean, if the wipes are bad for the plumbing, I'm not even
Yeah.
trying to do that.
Yeah.
Well, when I turned 21, my parents, they didn't get me a gift. They gave me money. And I went to a grocery store and I went with my friend and she was like, all right, like, let's buy this beer and buy this alcohol or whatever. I go, yeah, great. 1 second. And I go over to the toilet paper section and I got 2 big cases of Charmin Ultra Soft toilet paper because I had been wiping with 1-ply. And I was like, I'm going to use my parents' money to get the highest quality toilet paper I absolutely
You're an
can.
interesting person.
that
You
makes a
used your
difference.
birthday money to buy toilet paper.
Yes!
People say Matt's a child. That's an adult move, Matt.
I'm actually on Matt's side here because growing up, my dad would always get like the Dollar General toilet paper. As soon as I had my own agency
Yeah.
to get my own toilet paper, I'm a Quilted Northern guy. The Quilted Northern, like extra strength. But we get our toilet paper at Costco now because it's cheaper.
I'm a Cottonelle, by the way, if we're just putting that out there. What toilet paper brand are you
Same
about?
here.
I
We
get
get it delivered.
Cottonelle. You get it. You get your Cottonelle. The Mr. Cottonelle comes to you.
Yeah.
Wow,
Ever since COVID, my wife found this place to get all of our paper towels and toilet paper, and so we just get it delivered.
The
Ivory Tower John strikes
Wow.
again.
The
I mean, Ivory
Cottonelle.
Tower. I mean, how many people get their damn fast food delivered to them?
Yeah, but you eat food. You don't eat toilet paper.
Well, no, but that so.
I
so
mean,
you're
we
saying you
eat it
can
from
get your
different holes
fast
in a way.
Food, your fast food. You're too lazy to go get your fast food. You get that delivered, but getting toilet paper delivered, that's a bar we can't clear.
There's actually nothing wrong with what John does because we have a running Amazon order that sends us like at every specific date. Amazon sends us paper towels and paper things.
Do you ever want to get one of those Amazon buttons that order a very specific thing and you just press it?
No, I've never had an inkling to have that before. I don't think.
By the way,
there's
poll question has been posted on StreamYard.
Instapoll. We need to call it the
Instapoll.
Instapoll.
Is toilet paper a good birthday gift? Type 1 for yes, 2 for no.
So
Thank you, Dave Fight.
Yeah, we
If
can
you're
do
in
polls
the
now,
YouTube
Matt.
comment section, just type in 1 or
1
2.
or 2.
Yeah, it's going to look stupid seeing a bunch of 1s and 2s.
Good for the algo,
but
though.
it's
Great
good
for the algo.
and it's good for the Instapoll.
Instapoll. Look at that. We already have 100% of the vote with
Wow.
yes.
Thank
No,
you,
Jimmy, you
Instapoll.
can't add 2 and then another word. You just got to say the number.
You screwed up again, Jimmy.
Good Lord.
No,
Good
stop
Lord,
doing
Jimmy.
that, Jimmy.
You can't
Just
do
write
that.
two.
It's just a
I'm gonna
1 or
ban
2.
Jimmy.
Just a 1 or a 2. That's all you can do.
One
We can put you
or
in
2.
timeout, Jimmy.
Dan Patrick
1.
here for 1s and 2s.
1s and 2s. 1.
Did your
Or
2
2.
just clench up?
Did your 2 just clench up?
I can't wait for the Instapoll for Big Red Overreaction. We are going to have a great time this fall. A great time this fall.
Instapoll. Should Matt Rule be
Oh
fired?
my God, Tom Watson.
One for yes, 2 for
Hey,
yes.
guys, guess what?
Fire Matt Rule.
It's fixed.
Oh, yeah, I
The
heard.
butt bar is fixed.
So who
Fire
fixed this?
Matt Rule.
Well, you know,
Prudon told me that they basically, whatever specific program controls the wall in our computer, they just uninstalled and reinstalled that specific
Oh,
program, and
yeah.
it works now.
loved hosting
Very
a show
exciting.
during that. That was a lot of fun.
Hmm.
That was great. That was an awesome
Hey,
time.
Oh, is he inside the studio screwing around?
He did his job, man. He did a great job. He fixed it for
Classic
us, and we're very
Prudon.
happy about it. And we were able to get our stuff done. It
Nice.
was a great time.
Awesome.
Now I feel
Absolutely
better.
awesome.
Prudon
Leo
actually did.
writes
Prudon
fire
did a great
rule
job.
and then 6 fire emojis. Wow.
Thank you, Theo.
All right, no one's voting in the Insta poll. We're going to remove it.
No,
Wow.
people are voting in the Insta poll.
Only 2 people have voted. In
Well, they
this.
voted the right way because yes, toilet papers are great, especially when you've been wiping your butt with 1 ply. You can go ahead
Okay,
and just
can
get
you
that
imagine
multiple
though
ply.
if you would have unwrapped a present? Let's say you got this big old box from your parents. You're like, oh boy, this is going to be great. It's a new Xbox. It's a
How old
new
am I? How old am I?
whatever.
How
and
old
then
am
you
I?
open it and it's toilet paper.
If my parents bought me like a year, like a full on like 80 rolls of toilet paper, I'd be like, oh my God, I don't have to buy toilet paper for like 2 years. Like this is an
That's fair.
this is an awesome gift. If they got me like 10 different packs of Charmin Ultra Soft that at times cost double digits in terms of cash, I'd be like, holy crap, what a great present.
I
Well,
think
to be fair, it's like getting socks as a kid. You hate it. If I get socks for Christmas now, I'd be like, sweet, thank you for the
If
socks.
somebody gave me underwear for my birthday, I'd be like, hell yeah, thanks, brother. I appreciate that.
I think something.
more
Any
undies.
whiteys for Matt.
no,
think-
I wear boxers. I'm in my boxers era right
Shout
now.
out,
Boxer
man.
boy.
Me too. I feel
Yeah.
like I'm on an island being a boxer
not-
boy.
I'm
Everyone's
a big
boxer
fan.
briefs.
Yeah,
I'm not
I-
a big fan of the
I like
boxers.
boxer briefs.
I went
Boxer
young. I was like tidy whities. Then I went into boxer briefs from about 7 to 20, and now I'm in my boxer era. I was graduate. I'm now done with briefs completely. I'm all boxers.
I'll be boxers for the rest of time.
I
It's
think
a
I
great
like
way to
how
live.
also too. There's nothing better than like you take off your pants when you get home.
Sure.
And you have the boxer briefs on, and you're like, this isn't appropriate. Like, I have to put pants on. Where if you have long enough boxers and loose enough boxers, you take off
I
your
see
pants
that,
at
'cause
home.
You can see everything.
And you're,
yeah.
but when you take off your pants at home and you got long enough boxers, you're like, I'm just in shorts right now. I'm just in, I
If
have.
you're by yourself. What difference does it make?
Yeah.
What if you have company over?
When you have company,
If you
over.
have
Well,
company over, then
company over,
put
you should
clothes
be-
on.
Yeah, exactly. Put some damn shorts on or some sweats.
I don't. Now I want to make it very clear. My roommate, like when Dan's home, I'm not in my underwear. All right, I'm in clothes.
Camping in?
No, my roommate Dan. You know this. Have you guys met my roommate?
No, not one time.
No, I haven't.
It's okay. It's fine.
I
He's a
did
good
see
guy.
your apartment complex today, though, Matt.
Did you? I'm moving. Do you want to help me move, Josh Peterson?
You're moving
Nope,
again?
'cause-
Didn't you just move
Because
units?
you just called him Odson.
Yeah.
John, do you want to help
He
me
was
move?
all in until you called him Odson.
Yeah, I would have loved to help, but now not anymore.
Do you? One comment. Why do you strip in front of company? I don't
That's a
strip in
great
front of
point.
company. No,
I will agree with you, Matt, on this from this perspective. So you're at a hotel with a coworker, and you got to go to the bathroom late at night, but you're already under the covers. If you have tighty whities on, you probably feel the need to put shorts on to go do your
1,000,000%.
business, but not if you got boxers on.
Wait a minute, it's dark. What difference
But
does it make?
let's say the light is still on. You're like, oh,
Why is the-
rats!
why
I
is
have to
the
pee
light sti-
again.
Why is the light
Well,
still
wait, are we
You're
talking
reading
about?
a book?
Are we talking about? I have somebody in my bed with me already?
No,
Yeah.
in the room, like when John and I were in Denver covering
Oh,
Nebraska.
oh, I'm like, if I have somebody in my room, I don't think it really matters what I'm wearing or not at that point. You know,
That's it. Now we do an Airbnb, which is much nicer.
Yeah.
1620 the house.
I like a
16, 20
hotel.
dollars.
I haven't been in a Holiday Inn Express in a while. I kind of miss it.
You
I
could
like
just do
Airbnb
that.
much more.
That's a waste of money. You know,
Matt, when are you moving again? Is that College World Series time?
the week before the
God, you're
College
an
World
idiot.
Series.
Oh my
Yes,
gosh,
you
what
are.
a huge
No,
moron.
you're just moving units. You're in the same
I
building,
didn't
right?
have yes.
Okay.
It'd be like moving right after Easter and a trip to Las Vegas. Can
Yeah.
you imagine? Who would ever do such
What
a
a
thing?
would do that?
dumb person who would do that. No, but I'm not moving buildings. I'm moving units.
I know that. Yeah.
So
you're
that's-
going,
I mean, it's
what,
not
up
that
one,
bad.
One level of
One up, but we are going all the way down.
Yeah,
Like
one
we
up
are
and
at the
one
front.
down.
We are at the front part of the apartment. We are now all the way in the back part of the apartment. But we now have one neighbor as opposed to two. So I don't have to smell the smelly baseball boys anymore.
And I forget where the sun. What does it set where your windows are now, or does it rise? And where will it be in the new place?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if I'm looking out toward the bridge towards Creighton. So what would that be?
That is
You're-
east. You're looking east. Right?
Yeah, you're
That-
looking east, which means the
Sunrise.
sunrise. will
That's
be coming
great.
into-
I love that. I'm a big fan of the sun rising, right in front of my apartment and then setting.
I don't know.
I like being on the west side.
I
Yeah,
do
me
too,
too.
because especially in the summer, man, once that sucker gets up, it's like, wow, things just heated up like 20 degrees.
And like,
I've-
if I want to sleep in, I don't want the sun to wake me up.
I don't. I'm not-
bingo.
I don't.
I woke up a half hour earlier today than normal, and I realized it was because it was brighter. And
Yep.
I was thinking it's going to be time now where Banks and I are going to wake up at 6 together and just go on walks
Yep.
like every day in the summertime.
Yeah, it was hard to stay, because
Hard
you
to
got
stay
home
asleep.
really, really late from Vegas last week,
Mm.
and my wife was just stunned. I was walking out to the living room, and she's like, "Not in my boxers or boxer briefs." And she's like, "Why are you up so early?" I said, "Son,
The sun.
man."
Yep.
I'm gonna have to get some extra blinds because my room will be facing directly into the sun.
I thought
So-
you just said you like this, though.
Well,
Are we talking you out of liking it already?
No, there will be
That was
moments.
30 seconds.
There will be moments though where I don't want the sun completely coming in at points. Like if it's a weekend and I want to sleep in.
gonna
But
say,
It's
like,
all right. You can just put a lot of aluminum foil over your windows.
wow,
Excellent. People think that that's really cool.
Yep.
Oh,
What-
man, that guy's normal. He has aluminum foil
Or
on his windows.
You can get there in my old apartment complex. Somebody had this big Bob Marley banner they put in front of their window. You could get one of
a
those.
big Bob Marley banner, Matt.
see, yeah, no, I have my.
what about a Bears flag?
Oh, there you go.
Like a
I've-
blue Bears flag.
Yeah, but it'll just wilt in January.
Ah,
At least we make it to January. And that's not
Hey,
a
no.
that's not a shot at you, John. I obviously know what your team.
Week 18, people forget it's in January.
The Super
now.
Bowl, the Super Bowl
We all made it
favorites.
to
And I don't know if you want to
January.
do that because then the flag will start to fade.
It would fade.
Exposed to the sun.
Then he buys a new flag.
Yeah,
I'm
then
gonna
you're
need-
constantly buying a flag. Whereas if you get
Lots of
some
flags.
nice,
Tin foil.
Reynolds wrap, one roll ought to do it.
That's true. And that won't fade.
This Cubs base runner is brought to you by Reynolds Wrap. Reynolds Wrap.
Is that true?
They
The tarp is brought to you by
the
Reynolds.
tarp is
Wrap.
brought
Or
to
at
you
least
by
it was.
Reynolds
Is it still? I'm not.
I don't know.
haven't
I
seen
can't
the
confirm
tarp
that.
yet this year.
Listen to Pat and Ron for the first time this season. Man,
How'd that go?
those boys still have their fastball. They're so
Do
good,
they?
man. They're
that true?
incredible. John, have
By
you
the way-
listened to 104.3 The Score?
Well, I listened to my Sirius radio, which is that same broadcast.
Yeah, great.
It's not a goofy radio.
By the way, this is my first time at the ballpark this season. They did not lie to us. There is indeed another big screen
Yes.
at the ballpark. It only took 15 years.
15 years.
But it finally arrived.
They
that
actually
empty
did.
Spot.
They did upgrade the at least the original big screen to me. They have. I like the new apparatus they have with
It looks nice, man.
with who's up to bat. I like that how the ticker moves
Yeah.
across the board and they.
What's up with the Gothic font though on the game?
Yeah, I don't really like the Gothic font. It
What's
looks
up with Goth?
Oh, I like
You have
goth
to ask,
girls.
you have to ask the
Glenn?
No, Glenn's
Oh,
not in charge
at the
of that.
Nebraska Creighton game. It's like a 3D glass Gothic font, so it looked really
Yep, that's
weird.
what it is.
That's
yeah,
what this is. Yes.
Yeah, you can kind of like see through it.
I get the vision. I don't know if it works.
The seriously, the big screens are great. Are those new ribbon boards too?
Yes.
Man, it's
You don't
sharp.
remember that we didn't have ribbon boards here?
No, I couldn't remember. I thought
Oh,
they
yeah.
did. They
No.
did not have ribbon boards.
No, they just had a tiny.
That's
baby
what I thought. I
scoreboard.
thought it was just a little
no,
teensy-weensy
it's,
one.
It's all.
It looks good, man.
It looks great.
I always love my first appearance at the ballpark of the season because, like, even walking in, there's different stuff.
Josh was amazed
Omaha's
that
team.
there's a bridge. There's now a baby.
That
box.
was done, right? Last year that was done.
That
I
was
don't
done.
remember.
That was
now,
done
that's
last year.
new. Like, is that a new apartment complex is going up over there? Because that looks like the elevator shafts that they're building. You see that across the river?
I'm not sure,
Shaft?
but you're probably right.
Yeah.
St. Patrick here for shafts.
Ha! It's great to be here. Soon I'll be standing down there on the dirt.
What are those?
talking to
What are
people.
those glasses you got? Those are nice looking glasses.
Thank you. They're
Those-
running
are those-
sunglasses.
oh,
They're polarized.
Jeez, all right, you just ruined it. Jesus.
They're polarizing?
Good
I
Lord.
got them for free. What do you
I
mean?
mean,
Matt?
as
They're
soon
not-
as I
it's just-
compliment something, as soon as he goes, "Oh, they're for running."
they say running on them.
Do they? Just like your legs?
Yeah, just like my legs. It says running.
I did not know that.
Thank you,
I-
Matt. I appreciate the compliment.
No, they're nice glasses. I got brand new
I'll be
aviator
wearing Agricultural
sunglasses
Series.
for my birthday, and I
That's
got
awesome.
I got hot
Were
Top
you
Gun
disappointed
glasses.
you didn't get toilet paper instead?
No,
Nice
because
callback,
I actually
Nick.
I make enough money now to buy my own high quality toilet paper.
Brag much?
Well, I don't make.
I thought you
fu-
just had to do like 1 million bills.
I did. I had to pay so many bills. There's so many. I cut out $120 worth of subscriptions from my life.
Really? How many? How many? $120 worth of.
I was
subscriptions?
paying $30 for a publication. I was paying another $30 for ESPN, Disney Plus, Hulu. I was paying an additional $14 for another streaming service. I was paying other like very niche subscription service like publications that I don't really need anymore because it's not football season. It totaled up to be like $105 worth of stuff.
Hey, speaking of subscriptions, John, I think you owe an apology to ESPN. Like 2 months ago,
No, I don't.
you read like an announcement that is obviously not true about the Major League Baseball streaming, and you did like 2 segments
I did.
ripping on this thing.
I did, but that's
You
what-
need to
that's what-
apologize because it's not true. We have the MLB extra innings or whatever it's called without T-Mobile Tuesdays, and we watch it on the ESPN app every day.
Well, blame the fake news then for telling me that.
No, see, you can't. You're
You're-
already pushing
no,
blame off.
You're
Apologize.
a Big J journalist.
I
You have to
apologize
confirm.
for fake news.
Mm.
I apologize.
Wow, that's
that
the first
fake
time he's
news
done that.
Told me that ESPN was making you.
I don't know how they got that so wrong.
I don't either.
It's
Who's-
crazy.
Who's they?
Or
It was like a
maybe-
national.
or maybe they realized we shouldn't do this, and they
That could-
secretly.
Was it
acquired-
Marchand? Who reported that originally?
It-
or was
it
it,
was a-
awful announcing?
It was awful
Awful
announcing.
announcing.
Well,
was a-
tough.
I guess.
were
I guess
pretty
we need awful announcing.
Ha ha
to
ha.
call out
awful-
awful announcing.
Awful announcing had some pretty great reports this morning about some hand holding that was going on in Arizona.
I was
wanna
surprised
hold your
that wasn't.
hand.
So Nick sent in unsportsmanlike content earlier today, and I was wondering, will we see anything about Mike Vrabel and Diana?
Oh, it got
Rousseau?
its own segment today.
That's
baby.
a topic. All right,
Yeah.
let's
That's
go.
a topic alert.
I gave it its own
Topic
segment too.
alert.
Look, obviously it's a setback for both of them, but I can't wait to read about their comeback story.
Is that a pun?
I just can't wait to read about the comeback stories they might have in the future
Good for them.
if they
By the
come
way-
back from it.
I mean, it is kind of the Patriot way to be doing that. Usually, you
So
just go
funny.
to a massage parlor.
Yeah.
By
Typically,
the way-
you're sitting on your back for that.
So I thought that was an elevator shaft that they were building something. KD says it's an outdoor walking area. You can go up to the tower and look around. There were other comments in the YouTube
What?
chat as well.
That
That
looks
is-
hideous.
Yeah, that you can go up there. He says across the river is a tree experience like Tree Rush in Bellevue. They've been working on it on and off.
I don't
for
like
what
the word
seems like
tree
forever.
experience.
Yeah, what is a tree? We are Ents.
It sounds like
What-
something in a dystopian future when all the trees are dead except for.
But you have a
theme park.
tree experience,
Yes.
Nick. That's actually not. You're not wrong. John's going to check it out. Could this be a report during the College World Series? I make my way
sure
over
can.
there.
Get
Hey,
your
guys!
screenshots
Hey
ready.
guys, I'm
here,
here from the tree rush experience at the Chuck.
Yeah, I hate
Honestly, you know what that looks like?
What?
It looks like a fire training tower.
Someone take a screenshot of John and his binoculars. Right
Yeah,
No,
we
we've
do.
got millions of these types of screenshots.
We-
It does. It looks like a fire training tower where they teach people how to,
Yeah, we just got a new meme. Oh, whoops, sorry, Nick. Yeah.
now. When Matt Rule takes a bad timeout. It's right there.
It's one of the few things being constructed in this area that's not impeding traffic.
Hey, Josh.
true.
Josh,
What's up?
where did all the 2027 recruits go?
Yeah, did you see this, John? That it sounds like they might be losing guys.
They're losing
Wait, who?
everybody.
Wait, what?
They're
They're
Nebraska football.
They're
But
not-
they're gonna win at least 7 games.
They haven't lost
Well,
any.
these players weren't going to impact next season anyway.
No, that's true.
No, but like they're losing.
Are you sure?
They haven't lost any commits. It hasn't been any official commits.
Oh, all right. Well, what are you worried
But-
about?
The tea leaves. They're reading the tea leaves
But-
from the
Fire,
tree
Matt,
experience.
I'm just.
Wayne.
You mean all these tweets by Trey Taylor is just a smokescreen for his
Uh-oh.
eventual?
Jeez. Yeah, guys, don't tweet anything mean. They're trying to get recruits in, is what they're telling us. I'm just saying, if you kept up with recruiting, and shout out Tim Verghese because he's a massive reason why I'm keeping up with recruiting now because he's so good at it. The last developments over the last couple of weeks haven't been great. You got multiple commits
Uh-oh.
visiting Miami. You got all of a sudden they were in on a guy, and now he's favored to go to Penn State, and now it's like it seems like Will Wade and LSU are trending in the right direction for a
I am
certain tight end
so
prospect.
I am so glad that we have people like Tim and others keeping track of this stuff because I don't give a crap. I really don't.
Can you just let me be young broadcaster who cares about recruiting and then let me not care about recruiting in 10 years?
That's what I mean. Matt
It's
is
not
a
a-
tale as old as time. I
It's-
remember when I was your age, I loved recruiting, and then I got into
Just-
my 30s, and
Well,
I said,
yeah,
why?
but it's the transfer portal is usurped recruiting.
That's true. Though recruiting is
It's-
still
so it's not so
important. You
much-
still need to build your
No,
roster
I-
with young
I
players.
know.
Thank
it's
you,
just-
Josh.
I know. It's just I can do with one. I can't do with both.
Yeah.
I can't.
Well, you
have
need,
both.
but you,
It's just pick one or the
It's like
other.
the draft and free agency. You got 2 in the NFL.
we actually,
Yeah, but the NFL's got like rules and stuff, and
it
it's
does
like,
have
it's like
rules.
organized, and there's
Fire,
caps and
Matt,
things like that. In
Wayne.
college sports, it's just like, oh, this person's screwing this person. Oh wait, I guess we have that in the NFL now too. But
Hey,
got him, brain him. That's what Mike Vrabel's been doing. Brain me
Bang,
again.
double bang, Matt.
Oh my God, we're braining everywhere.
a second Breen.
A second brain has hit the wall.
It's more of a fourth Breen, really.
Hey, by the way, so more people are commenting about this weird thing across
About
the
this
river.
tower, yeah,
So
what-
NU 10 Skers writes, it's not an apartment. Then he sent a link. So it's called Tom Hannafin Rivers Edge Park. And
it
so
ain't no damn park.
sure enough, John, look at the photo of this weird building. And yeah, you can just look at stuff. Cool. That's pretty nifty.
I'm trying to find out if Tommy
Okay.
Fleetwood's kid has hit the ball over the pond yet. Has that
How
happened
many
yet?
times has he attempted it?
I don't know.
Yeah, we got to turn the TV off.
But
of
I've been-
this, John.
I've
We
been
gotta watch the par
practicing-
Turn the
3.
TV
I've been
Yeah,
I've been
TV
practicing
off.
real hard, and I
Know where the
just got to
clicker
keep
is.
practicing, and hopefully next year I can hit it over the water.
Oh, the River's Edge Park. That's where the giant tinfoil man is.
Cool.
Oh, this took the place of the tinfoil man. I remember tin.
Oh, the
You
tinfoil
used to
man's
be able to
gone?
see tinfoil man.
Tinfoil Man is now on Matt's windows.
Oh.
He is
What do you
woken
mean?
up by the sun
Wait,
every day.
Maybe
Bill
it's on the
Bill
other side
Simmons
of
is
that.
there. Bill Simmons is over at the Chuck.
Oh, nice reference, Matt. Gotta love a good Bill Simmons reference. Did you see Bill Simmons, John? I know
No.
you follow
No,
him.
don't care.
He quote tweeted a friend of the Grum yesterday.
Whoa.
Honk honk Joel Lorenzi. Honk honk.
Poor Joel.
He quoted him about
Honk,
something about the
honk.
Bulls being garbage. Or
Yeah,
something
we
like
had
that.
we do 11 segments a day, and once a day, Josh Odson lets me have my own segment where it's only what I care about.
Yeah.
And we had a bowl segment today. And
What's going on with the Bulls? They're bad. I mean, obviously.
Jerry's kid sucks, and I like I said before on this crossover, I thought that the Bulls would be better when Jerry Reinsdorf was gone, but the fact is it's going to be taken over by a stupid kid and his idiot daughter-in-law and the rest of his doofus family. And that's exactly what's happened. And the guy has a name. He has a name. But I will never. I will never call him his name. He forever will be known as Jerry's kid.
Is Jerry struggling in terms of health? Is he get? I mean, obviously he's old.
You know what? Even when Jerry wasn't struggling in terms of health, Jerry was struggling.
Like
so it's never really mattered. Only one good thing has ever happened to Jerry Reinsdorf, and he's not even the one who drafted that one good thing that happened. He actually inherited that very good thing.
I told this to John recently. I'm rewatching The Last Dance. I'm about halfway through it, and I had it on the other night, and Riss was downstairs, and at some point they were talking about, it was the episode where Jerry Krause says this is going to definitively be Phil Jackson's last season. He is not coming back. And that was finally when, after being asked for months if this was going to be MJ's last year, Michael Jordan said, if Phil's not back, I am not back.
Yeah.
And Riss is just shaking her head like, these have to be the biggest idiots of all time. The guy wanted so much credit for the dynasty that he was ready to move on from Michael Jordan and Phil Jackson.
Josh,
Matt,
you don't think that Jerry Reinsdorf, who's sitting there doing all those interviews, telling about how his general manager, made all these decisions and he wanted to be the big man in the room? You're the owner. You're the owner. Tell your general manager, no, you dumbass. We're not moving off of these guys. I'm the owner. I own this team. You're not doing that. He could have done that easily. So Jerry Reinsdorf hid behind a dead guy in that documentary to act as if he didn't want the same thing. He's a joke. He's always been a joke. My dad saw Jerry Reinsdorf at a diner, okay? And I said to my dad, I go, oh, did you go up to him and say, oh, thank you for all you've done for the city? And he goes, why would I say that? What has he done? Why would I say that? Michael Jordan's done a lot for the city. All right?
Michael Jordan, pretty good.
And now his idiot son is saying, well, we want to win, but if it's not sustainable, we don't want to win. What does that mean, Jerry's kid? What does that mean?
Spend money. It means I don't want to spend money.
And then he goes, we love Billy here. If the general manager doesn't want Billy to be here, then that's a general manager we don't want. You know what? I might switch teams. I might switch teams. I might abandon the Bulls. I can't do this anymore. I can't, because I've had my entire life being taken over by that idiot Gar Foreman, that dumbass John Paxson, the even bigger idiot Jerry Reinsdorf, and now Jerry's kid. Apparently, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
John Paxson did hit that shot, though.
He did.
I wasn't even alive. I don't give a damn about him.
Yeah, I know you were negative 10.
Now I'm sweating again.
Nice.
We need the rant gong from the morning show.
Yeah, I think so. Goodness.
No joke.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
All right. I'd say that was a fiery end of the crossover today.
Pretty fiery.
Good job by you, Matt.
Pretty fiery. Which goes great with that fire training tower.
I mean, this is not good for my health, because then I'm fired up now. I was mad in the show earlier.
Yeah.
Now I'm mad
in
now.
the show earlier?
Because they're talking about the Bulls again. And it's just like,
you know what? No one cares about the Bulls.
Hey, how about this? A little news on your way out the door, Matt.
Yeah.
From the Creighton men's basketball Twitter account.
Jason Green
is returning. Look at that.
They are putting out the videos now of the people coming back.
Wow. Folks. There you go.
Okay.
Jason Green.
Now I'm I'm golfing today, and it's not going to make my
holy crap.
You're golfing today?
Some holes you're gonna have your longest drive ever, and other ones you're gonna feel like a little wimpy.
You know what?
Any of the holes that are going towards the east right now, you're gonna be fine. But if you're heading into the sun, forget it.
There's a 550-yard hole that I'm pretty sure was playing like 800, so they cut it down to a par 3 and actually moved the tee box today.
I got the little gimmick, that tells me the instant gas mileage on the car.
Yeah.
I set a record on this trip because the wind was at my back.
Oh, hell yeah.
I was pushing 39 miles a gallon.
And what is it normally?
Like 31, 2.
Holy crap.
And now,
you know what's nice though? On your way home tonight after the game, it's going to be the other way.
The wind's going to come out of the north.
Yeah,
but it'll help.
That'll be nice.
That'll be great. On John's way back to Lincoln, his car will turn into an airplane. Just be the wind right at him. Just going to lift off.
Well, the wind is it's supposed to shift. It's supposed to come out of the north.
Yeah.
Later tonight. So
awesome.
Oh, I didn't even go to the CNT chair during that. I should have.
You got a whole commercial break.
Oh,
Go nap in that chair today, Matt.
Yeah, you guys are making
That's
fun of
not a
me
good
for
nap
taking
in
a
chair.
nap at work.
I would just go home.
I was well,
Yes.
but if I was first off, I was off the clock. Okay, I no longer had responsibilities to do, and if
I
I
know,
went
yeah.
home and I took a nap, I'm not waking up. If I go home
But
and
again, you don't have to sleep in your
Is
bed
there a
when you're at
murderer
home.
in your home? What's going on? Why aren't you waking up?
because it's so hard to get out of my bed. My bed is so comfy.
Just
It's hard to
sleep,
get
like
out of.
John says, on a chair, on a
Yes.
CNT
Don't you
chair
have
at
a
home.
couch?
I do
You
have
have
a
a
I do
couch?
have a chair, but all my dirty clothes are on the chair.
Do some laundry. Come
Clean
on,
up
man.
after yourself.
Come on.
I'm doing a better job of
You
cleaning
want
up
to
after
be
myself.
my
I don't want to
You
be
wanna
your
be
anything.
my latex,
latex
salesman.
salesman. Thank you.
Unreal. All right, man. Have a good day.
All
That
right.
is crossover.
All
Powered
right.
by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. EverlevelConcrete.com. It is a bright, beautiful day at a baseball park.
Yeah.
And we have a program to do. Coming up next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
So much portaling going on right now. I'm almost expecting a hole to open up in this room and we just disappear into the portal.
Is that possible?
I mean,
Where would you want a portal to?
college.
Where it's not windy.
Yeah,
And
probably.
70.
San Diego.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Actually, St. Pete. I'd like to go watch the last game of the Cubs series.
That's where you want to go?
Well,
of all the places? You want to go watch a Cubs April 8th game?
Well, why not? It's the Cubs.
It's the Cubs.
And
What
then I
if-
could portal back here in time for the
Creighton game?
Well, actually, I couldn't because the Cubs game starts tonight. So
What if you accidentally got portaled to November 22nd, 1963 Dallas?
Wow. Way to
well,
bring us down.
there's a TV series about that.
There
There
is.
is.
It's based off of a book.
Starring James Franco that I finished a few weeks ago.
Oh, that's right, because you were like, I'd never heard of this before.
I'd never heard of it.
It's been around for a decade.
I've watched
never heard
it
of
twice already.
Yeah,
Did you like it?
it's pretty good.
Yeah?
It's pretty good. Welcome to the Grum. It's brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. We are at Charles Schwab Field.
Yeah, we are.
Bless you?
There it is, right there.
Thank you,
Charles
Dick.
Schwab.
Holy crap, that came out of nowhere. It's
Charles-
great to be here.
It is. It's a gorgeous day. The Blue Jays getting ready to play North Dakota State. And, it's. I guess I got to enjoy this day because tonight, tomorrow, the rest of the week, like chances for rain.
It's going to rain.
All
It's
of
going to
that
rain.
stuff.
It's basically going to be crappy until Monday. And then Monday it'll be like 80.
Actually, I don't think it's going to be that crappy. The rain is at different times of every day.
Yeah.
Like there's going to be sometimes where it rains in the morning and then it's sunny in the afternoon. The biggest issue is the wind. It wouldn't have been so bad if it weren't for the wind.
People forget.
It's annoying. Now, by the way, so, John, you've been complimenting Husker baseball all year long. All year long, you've been saying they're good. They're good. They're good. They're good.
Yeah, they are.
They lost last night, and Hokie Skur immediately in his feels today, inventing a straw man, perhaps. Writes, boy, I wonder how many times John's going to say that Nebraska baseball is mid again after losing by 2 runs last night late in the game. You haven't said they're mid at any point this year, have you? You've
No.
said they're good.
They are good.
It's
I
one
don't-
loss.
Guess what?
I
They're
can't
still
think
good.
of any time John's ever called them mid.
Yeah, he's been complimentary of them before anybody else
They're a
has
great
lately.
baseball team.
They're good.
If they're not great, they're very good.
Very good. Okay, a very good baseball team.
Well, speaking of that, it's time for the Grum Down.
Calm down.
Oh,
Em-
wow, you nailed it. Emotions are high.
Emotions high as Jayhawks snap the Husker streak.
John's using Astros colors today as they've already lost the series to the Rockies.
Good job, John. Way to represent for Nick.
I really wasn't thinking of
Thank
that.
you,
but
John.
It is what it is.
Rocks up.
What the hell? The Astros really do suck now, huh?
Yeah.
Have the Rockies ever considered, using the marketing slogan, come on out and get your rocks off?
They should.
They should.
Oh, nice reference, John.
Et tu, Berkey.
Wow, great
Whoa.
work by you. Great work.
And Oswin is a J. We've also had other entries into the portal since, so we'll get to all that.
Okay.
We got a Masters preview. Golf writer Matt Vincenzi joins us.
Oh,
once
nice
again
get
this
Nick.
year.
Thank you.
As we preview the Masters, which gets underway tomorrow.
On Amazon Prime.
They won't have any issues with the weather there. It's going to be
It's going to be
beautiful.
amazing. By the way, I read a story today from Andrew Marchand of The Athletic, and
Andrew.
Amazon says they are going to have, or they want a Super Bowl within 10 years.
Oh, great.
A Super Bowl within 10 years.
That
Hopefully
would
different
piss off the
announcers.
olds a lot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
We're going to make the case for 7 or 8 wins.
People say you're
we
negative.
needed to bake in another day.
Yeah.
To absorb this.
Yeah.
Is Mike Vrabel taking after the boss?
Nice. We had a reference to that in the crossover.
Ice cream and quarterbacks, that's what Oregon does. You're not going to believe what Dylan Raiola has walked in.
What did Dylan do this time?
I'd like to know which one he answered.
Oh, no. Did he fall into a vat of ice cream in an ice cream factory? Is he okay?
That sounds like the dream, Nick.
It's going to be fun.
Raiola Berry?
Cold,
MLB last night, Soler snaps and butt cracks.
Interesting.
It is Dumb Debates Wednesday.
Well, people are sending in their questions
Yeah,
for us.
well, you know what? We could use a few more.
Yeah,
we could use a few extra. If you've got a dumb debate that, has been bothering you, or you got into recently at work, or maybe at the bar, or just wherever.
With your child.
Or maybe with your child. Maybe it was with your dog. Send it to us and use the hashtag Dumb Debates. It's the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. If you're using that, it's at USC 1620. Please use the hashtag Dumb Debates. You can also send us an email of your dumb debate or whatever you wish to comment on into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. And yes, we are living the ballpark life.
Great to be here, John.
We are living the ballpark life ahead of Creighton and North Dakota State
And
tonight.
it's a solid day. I got shorts on. I'm not too chilly. It's nice and sunny out there. Barely I guess there's a few clouds in the sky, but not too many.
But
One
the
Claude
wind.
writes, beware the Ides of March, a month late. But hey, that's true. That's where et tu brute. Is it brute or brute?
I thought it was
Et tu
Brute.
Brute. That's where that comes
Et
from.
tu brute.
I'm surprised that you get that, John. You don't seem like a Caesar.
I mean,
guy.
he was around when it was written.
Hey-oh! People forget about
Not
Caesar
when it
getting-
takes
that
place,
was part
John.
of history. That was one of the things my mom was the first person to utter that phrase to me.
Really?
Yeah.
What was it about? What did you do? Like
I don't remember.
put something on the floor that you should
I don't remember, but she mentioned it and then she explained it to me and I was like, okay. And
I
then
will never forget this, Mom.
I think it was 7th grade that we learned about Roman Empire.
I don't know when I learned about the Roman
I
Empire.
think it was 7th grade.
We read Caesar in my freshman year of high school, but it was just the compressed version that's in that big book that you get in school where it has the compressed versions of all the stories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
School.
Well, it's et tu berke.
Yeah.
This one was a surprising one. We were wondering if we were going to get a surprising portal entry.
I know. Wasn't that yesterday that we did that question?
Yes.
Wow, I'm already wrong. Classic me.
Robin Washut, who will join us tomorrow here on the Grum,
Nice get, Nick.
says that apparently it was just a disagreement over money.
Mm-hmm.
That Berke's representatives had an asking price that exceeded what Nebraska had budgeted and was willing to pay. Robin says in his report on Husker Online, depending on who you ask, that number was as much as double what he made this past year. He was looking for a raise.
Yeah.
And Nebraska said, no, I will call you. And, well, that's where we are right
I had a source tell me today 7 figures. 7 figures was what he was looking for, or what his representation was looking for, and Nebraska was not willing to spend that kind of money.
So even though Nebraska has allegedly doubled their NIL budget, they weren't willing to double what Berke was making. The probably the bigger loss here is just the emotional loss.
I couldn't agree more.
He was an emotional leader on this team. Obviously made the rounds with that. Which game was it where he got busted open?
That was that Oklahoma?
No, it was a home game.
Was it Wisconsin?
That sounds right.
Yeah.
But, it got a lot of people fired up. The weird thing about it is just yesterday, the guy gets a tattoo with the team record on his arm. And today enters the transfer portal.
Maybe he wanted to do so he would never forget. But
yeah.
it has to happen before he goes into the portal.
I mean, it's still a cool accomplishment. I'd get that tatted on me. Notice he
Would
didn't put
you?
anything specific about Nebraska on there. Just
I mean,
28
that
to
is
7.
true. Now people will just say, well, what does that mean? Is that your locker combination?
What if they're like, no, the Falcons were down 28-3 in
Oh,
the Super Bowl.
that
It
would
wasn't
be
28-7.
That would be funny if he ends up transferring to like Boston College and someone's like, no, you dumbass.
You got the score wrong.
28-3.
That would be really
I
funny.
can't believe it.
I can't believe it.
But he did put out a Instagram post talking about his departure. I've noticed a lot of people are in their feels about this one.
Well, yeah, because he was a beloved player.
Yeah.
I mean, to go back to what you said, there was something about him in terms of the vibes and the culture and what he brought from that perspective. And like, he had nights that were good, not as many nights as Nick would believe you to have.
Yeah.
Predicting him to go over every single time in predictions. But yeah, I thought he was always more about that other stuff, the leadership component, the energy. He gets busted up, and that gets everybody going, right? It gets the team going, it gets the fans going as well. So that's where it hurts the most. He was a lot of people's maybe not favorite player, because it seemed like Sam Hoiberg kind of took that mantle by the end of the year. But for a lot of people, I think he was definitely their second favorite player on the team this year. And you said it to start the conversation, a surprise. I think that more than anything, this was a surprise. And I think that's what is really bumming people out.
A surprise to the fans, according to Robin Washut.
The program, not so much.
He said the people inside the program knew that this negotiation was going this way, and they weren't going to budge, and at least off of whatever number they had set for him, and so it may not be a surprise inside the war room, but outside the war room, this was never really talked about, and some folks are kind of upset about it, and let's face it, for a team that had a very strong culture about it, had a very strong, upper class leadership about it, he's one of the few guys back who would classify in that role. Yeah. So the feel of this team, which was already going to be different because you were going to have to be without Mass, be without Hoiberg, be without Lawrence, is going to feel even more different now, because at least one guy that could have brought back some of that is missing.
Yep.
Or will be missing.
For sure.
Now, is it possible that, cooler heads could prevail and he ends up coming back? Sure. It certainly could happen. But
from Robin's reporting, doesn't seem like likely. Though.
Probably not, because I'm guessing he thinks he can get that number somewhere else.
Yeah.
And someone will pay it, or at least pay him a number that's higher
than
what
Nebraska
was willing to pay.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I wouldn't shut the door completely. I would never shut the door completely on any of this, because it's the transfer portal. You never know what's going to happen. But disappointing. I think a lot of people today are very disappointed.
Yeah, because I think, it seems like there's going to be 4 players back next season. I think that folks agreed were like pretty likely to happen. Price, Sanford, assuming he doesn't go pro, Braden Frager, Cale Jacobson, and Bearkay. And if you're ranking the importance of them, I think it would go in the order of Price, Frager, Bearkay, and Cale. And so he is replaceable, certainly on the floor.
As a body, as a player, as a basketball player.
Locker room wise, that's the part that we just don't know about at this point in time.
Right. It will feel very, very different.
It very much will.
And that is the nature of the beast.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately. And it seems like everyone gets stung by these surprises. I would say this, if Nebraska fans are looking for some comfort, it was this time 4 years ago when we found out that Ryan Nembhard was leaving Creighton, and that ended up turning out okay.
Yeah, you almost went to the Final Four the next year.
Exactly.
All right. Nebraska's almost going to go to the Final Four next year.
No, I didn't say that.
I think you'll take that trade.
I did not say that.
Bearkay for almost the Final Four.
I did not say that.
Oh, okay. You're not going to guarantee it? You don't want to put it on the long-term list?
Well, I would put it on the list for next year. Nebraska will not go to the Final Four.
Whoa, okay. I'll put that on the list.
That's actually for the next year's list.
I guess that's true.
But this list will expire in December.
Yeah, but by that point in time, you can update it just in case.
Okay.
You'll be able to see if they're any good.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
I mean, that doesn't feel like a very, very bold statement.
I don't know. What if
I mean,
they're
would
if they're undefeated again at that point in time, and we're like, they're really good?
I don't think that's going to happen.
What if they go back to the Crown and then they just keep bouncing back and forth between the Crown and Sweet 16, the Crown and Sweet 16?
That would be pretty wild. Alex says Grumball, Josh. I ain't putting in no Grumball that they're going to the Final Four. I can't guarantee that.
Okay. Well,
I
nothing
only
came out.
guarantee things that I know are going to happen. And again, 80-something% hit rate. It's a very good hit rate. Very good. You can graduate if you get an 80% on all your.
It's less than 80%. I can probably.
Okay, if it's less, it's like 79, which is still passable. Passable.
Like 69.
Okay.
Nice.
I mean, very nice, but no,
Yeah.
it's not that low.
402-951-1620 if you would like to join us on the telephone. It is the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. They're just right down the street here. They're just right over there.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. 402-951-1620. You can also text us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Equitable Bank inbox, as we mentioned. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. And send in your dumb debates. Please use the hashtag dumb debates into the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
Awesome.
There was a big get out of the portal already.
Oh,
we'll talk about that. And last night's baseball game, is Nebraska mid, says Hokie Skirt.
no,
Whoa.
Hokie Skirt, stop being such a hater of your favorite team.
I think Nebraska did learn a little something last night.
Oh.
We'll explain what next.
All right.
Live from a baseball park, Charles Schwab Field, downtown Omaha. It's John and Josh with Nick on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Who work at your bank or neighbor.
We know that our little kingdom is spreading.
Which kingdom?
Ours. With the addition of our good friends at 97.7 The Zone in central Nebraska.
Heck yeah.
But did you know that you can also watch us anywhere? That the World Wide Web gives you YouTube. You go to youtube.com, just search 1620 The Zone. All of our shows are video streamed there as well, including some of the video shorts and other extra content that you can't get anywhere else. So make sure you go and hit that subscribe button. That way, anytime we come on with a live show, you'll know. You'll get a little ding-a-ding-ding-ding. Or however you get your little notifications.
Ding.
All right.
And you'll know, hey, the Zone Boys are talking. I need to shut up and listen.
Gotta love the Zone Boys.
Exactly. You also got to love us because later this week, probably Friday,
Probably
giving
Friday.
away tickets to see Nate Bargatze, who is coming to that building over there, the CHI Health Center.
Or is he going to be at the weird thing that you can go look at trees?
That would be, yeah.
The
good.
tree
I
experience.
guess he could stand up there and yell down to everybody below.
I have a joke.
The Big Dumb Eyes World Tour, Saturday, April 25th at CHI Health Center. We've got your tickets.
Awesome.
We're going to give those away on Friday. Nate Bargatze. Saw him in Lincoln in October. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Really good stuff. Really good stuff.
We like good stuff.
Couple other quick portal additions. Blake Harper has announced he's getting into the portal. Not a huge surprise from Creighton. And also Fedor Zugic has entered his name into the portal. So don't know if that's going to be it. I'm guessing that's going to be it.
Well, we mentioned earlier, Creighton's been making some announcements on guys who are coming back. Jason Green, one of them, that happened at the very end of the crossover.
Jason Green, Isaac Trout.
Yep.
And now Jays fans are nervously waiting to see if Jackson McAndrew is next.
Yes.
I think he will be back.
Yeah?
I think he will be
Put that on the list.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
But coming in, Creighton's already pulled one out of the portal. Oswin Arunse, the center from Providence. Yes, the Blue Jays. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time in the, I guess we'll call it the McDermott-Huss era, that a transfer will have played against Creighton in his past.
Is that true?
I don't
Whoa.
think, I'm racking through my mental Rolodex. I don't think the Jays saw any of the other incoming transfers of the last 15, 16 years play against them. If I'm wrong, someone will correct me, but I don't think Jays played Shireman when he was at SDSU. He would be probably the most likely one. Obviously, Stephen Ashworth didn't play him. Did not play Maurice Watson. Don't believe they played. Maybe the other option is Marcus Foster when he was at Kansas State, but I don't think they played that year. So
I don't think so either.
Oh, you know what? I was already wrong.
Who was it?
I think Dix and Freeman were both with Iowa. Years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go.
So never mind.
What do you think of Arunse? Obviously, you've seen him. You know, he doesn't score a whole lot, but he's very efficient when he does shoot the basketball.
He does not score
a lot of rebounds, and he's good on the defensive.
But this is what Creighton was looking for out of its five-man. You're going to get a really good shot blocker. He averages over 2 blocks a game. Basically, Ryan Kalkbrenner-like numbers. I think 2 things. Yeah, he's not going to be a scorer like Kalkbrenner.
Averaged 4.5 shots a game last season.
But part of that was, and this is probably the biggest thing that Creighton has to work with him on, is his verticality. He is foul prone.
Yeah.
He actually averages over 5 fouls per 40 minutes. You know, that per 40-minute stat. So they're going to have to work with him on that. But the Jays have been very good in recent years with, teaching guys how to defend without fouling. If they are successful doing that with Oswin, then I think his game can take another step. I think one thing he actually does better, at least per game, than Kalkbrenner did, was rebounding. He averages over 8 rebounds a game. For a big guy, Kalkbrenner didn't have, the gaudy rebounding numbers that some people did. But again, some of that too was based on the offense and trying to sprint the floor and, get down and beat teams in transition. This was a guy that Creighton was in on. It was down to Creighton and Providence.
3 offensive rebounds per game, by the way.
Two years ago when Oswin committed, and he ended up going to Providence. So the Jays had familiarity with him. Mm-hmm. They wanted him back then. They had
familiarity in going against him.
Exactly. So I think this is a really nice pickup. It will allow them theoretically to play some more of those drop coverages because you have a rim protector again. I think Creighton really, that was never something. I shouldn't say never, but it was something they didn't have a ton of before Kalkbrenner, and I think they kind of unwrapped something, when they found, what Ryan was able to do at the rim. And I think they're really comfortable coaching to that style.
Yeah.
And I think Oswin Arunse will be able to do that for you. Again, got to work with him on defending without fouling, using verticality as his ally. And I think some of the other stuff will come. I think he's very efficient, can be very efficient around the basket. He is not a pop out and shoot three guy. He has never attempted a three before. So, he's not going to be one of those guys who's going to try to stretch the floor. But from a defensive perspective, I think this is exactly what they were looking for. And I think it's going to be a really good pickup if they can, surround him with all of the other pieces necessary, especially if you got 4 other shooters on the floor.
And given that it happened so early in the portal, it's obviously he was a player that they were, trying to get fast.
Yeah, and, with the departure of Kim English at Providence, the firing of Kim English, you knew all of those guys were going to be out there anyway. And Providence had a talented team. Providence had one of the most talented rosters in the Big East Conference. They just sorely underperformed to that talent. And Oswin was one of those talented guys, but should be a really good addition. So we'll see where it goes from here. I know they're still obviously going to be looking for a point guard, probably going to be looking for another shooter. And obviously some depth pieces as well. I'm sure Jason Green, who, is very happy today because now he won't have to play the 5 much anymore. Though, you could slide him in there in a pinch if necessary.
Milk Manager 69 writes,
nice.
Do we know a price? Lots of people on Twitter seem to be saying we overpaid. I have not heard anything in regards to his price.
7 figures for sure. I don't have any official numbers now, if that's what you were wondering.
Sorry, Mr. Milk Manager 69.
And listen, you are going to pay for someone with this level of talent. And as long as it fits what you were trying to do, and I know a lot of people are probably a little gun shy because of what happened with Owen Freeman. Owen would have had to develop into that type of a player at the rim.
Yeah.
A shot blocker. Again, most of Owen's problems was that summer injury.
Yeah.
It set him back. He never was able to get any kind of mojo. And it just, Creighton was in such a position where they could not afford to play him as he was still coming back from injury and trying to learn what his role was going to be because he never really had that chance. It would have been different if he would have been in the program the year before and then suffered this injury, but he was fresh and new to the situation, and it never got off on the right foot. Pardon the pun. With Oswin, he fits what Creighton wanted out of that position defensively.
Yep.
And they know what they're going to get. They were already in on his recruitment before, so I think this will be a better fit. So if the number is similar to what, Owen Freeman was getting, honestly, I think that's the price you need to pay because we saw what happened. It changed Creighton fundamentally. They were struggling with a defensive identity all season long. And it never got better. It really didn't. Even end of the season, it actually got a little bit worse. I mean, West Virginia was a very pedestrian offensive team, and they put up a big number.
But they had the second half versus UConn in their upset win was really impressive. But I mean that was an outlier compared to what we were seeing. Pesky Blues on the YouTube chat writes, my only concern is Huss not having the same amount of time to dedicate towards developing Oswin. Huss's ability to develop the position is a huge part in this.
It is
how his responsibilities, of course, change as he takes over.
It is, but he'll still be involved in it, and you have Jeff Grissel as well.
Yeah.
Jeff, who was on the staff this year and played center. I think that is going to be he's going to be very important in this whole process. So I'm not as much worried about that. They've got the summer to work on it as well, and provided everything goes well health wise, I think it's a good pickup for Creighton. I do.
Certainly a lot to like about him.
Yes, a lot to like about him.
And again, I think the familiarity is pretty interesting in that you recruited him and then you went against him a couple times a year.
Yeah. I mean, you got plenty of film on him. You know what his scout is. You know what his weaknesses are.
Yep.
You know what his strengths
Had
are.
the relationships with him.
And so all of that together, I think, puts you in a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
So good start to the portal for the Blue Jays. We'll see where it goes from there. Have not heard anything yet about anyone that Nebraska is pulling out of the portal yet, but we'll talk more about that and probably have a lot more clarity 24 hours from now when we speak with Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com.
Pedro texts in, "Hi guys, is there anyone that can speak Turkish at Creighton? We need to keep Conan and make him a great center. He is talented." John, anybody over there that can speak Turkish?
John, you should learn Turkish. Get on
Excellent
that app,
idea.
that app that threatens you if you don't keep
Avida
trying.
Demo, that one, Nick.
I mean, Conan does speak English.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
He
but
does
maybe
speak
if he finds that you put in the effort to learn his native language, he would feel endeared to stay.
Yep. And he'd be happy to talk to you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? We are here at Charles Schwab Field. The Jays are out there warming up right now. It looks like they're going to go in the white hats tonight.
I like it. Looks good.
I'm not a huge fan of white hats. They get dirty.
They get dirty, but if you can get a new one all the time, like that's the positive of.
That's expensive, man. You're always changing out hats.
It's not your money, though. It's their money.
Stop
So I
being
can't
so
imagine
wasteful.
they're just going through hats. They're probably keeping the hats.
I'm sure they are keeping the hats. I would guess that they are.
Yeah.
We'll take a break here because coming up next, we'll look back at last night's Nebraska game. I think Nebraska learned a valuable lesson last night. Valuable lesson in last night's game. I will explain what that is and how big that loss was for Big Red.
6-1 Rockies.
And coming up, we'll talk with Matt Vincenzi.
Oh, yeah. Got to get ready
Golf
for the
writer
Masters.
Matt Vincenzi, as the Masters is less than 24 hours a day at Augusta National. We'll preview that and more as we continue live from the ballpark, Charles Schwab Field. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. A reminder that Movie Club is coming up on Friday. Our movie this week is The Fifth Element. It is streaming on Netflix if you want to watch along and join in the conversation.
We would love to have you do so.
That is Friday here on the program. John and Josh back with you here at Charles Schwab Field. Last night over at Haymarket Park, Nebraska's season-long win streak at home. The Calliope was crashed to the ground, and they were blinded by the light. Or blinded by the Jayhawks, 5-3. Kansas got the win, scoring their winning runs in the late innings. It was quite the emotional game last night. Will Bolt got run in the ninth inning after a Nebraska strikeout. They struck out Kansas, was headed to the dugout. And Will Bolt did not like the fact that the home plate umpire was telling Nebraska's relief pitcher to settle down after he had a little emotional outburst coming off the mound. Will Bolt took exception to it, kept pointing out the fact that, hey, Kansas, they're out of the dugout. They're hooting and hollering. They're showing us up. You haven't warned them yet. And Will Bolt got frustrated and got ran. And Nebraska ended up losing the game. They had a golden opportunity in the sixth in a tie game with the bases loaded and a 3-2 pitch. And here's what happened last night. It was a called third strike. Now, that's the freeze frame. Let me show you the exact pitch.
Called strike. West gets the Jayhawks out of a pinch, and that'll take us to the seventh inning.
Was it a strike? I did a freeze frame there. That is roughly when it crossed the plate. You can't tell because it's a two-dimensional image, but
sure.
Seeing how far the ball had left to travel to the catcher's mitt, that's roughly where the ball would have crossed the plate. Nebraska got called out on it, and instead of being a walk, bases loaded walk and having the lead, they go back to the dugout. Kansas eventually wins the game.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks high based on where you pause it. Though I always think like letters, right?
Yeah,
pretty much, it's bordering.
The thing about it is we don't have ABS, we don't have
K-zone.
K-zone and all that other stuff.
Well, Platcat says that TrackMan had it a strike.
Did it?
Wow.
Okay, I did not. I was not at the game. I did not have access to the TrackMan data, so it's certainly possible that. Certainly it's a high pitch. It could be a high strike, but to me, this is side. And this was one of the things that had Will Bolt charged up.
Yeah, and real quick, he said after the game, I think there was a total lack of control back there. I was protecting our guys. That's the end of it.
Right. Yeah, he was in protecting the guys. Again, this is going to the ninth inning when he didn't like how the umpire reacted to his relief pitcher coming off the mound being excited.
Yeah.
And noticing that Kansas was lit up last night. I mean, their dugout was fiery.
Oh, I bet.
They were energetic. They were emotional. And I think that was the lesson that Nebraska needed to learn from last night. They had been on such a roll, winning 10 games in a row, sweeping these Big Ten series.
All the home wins.
All these home wins this year. Sometimes you can just kind of get into that, business mindset of, we're just here. We're here to play a game. And that's fine. And most of the time that works. But the thing I love about college baseball, which differentiates itself from the professional version, is you get a little more of that life in the dugout.
Sure.
Everybody's sitting on the front rail. Mm-hmm. People are hooting and hollering.
It's like playoff baseball in October, but it's like that every night.
It is. And I think Nebraska didn't match the emotional moment. Kansas, because they saw a target. They saw an opportunity.
Top 25 team.
Top 25 rated
on the road.
Because Kansas, by the way, good baseball team. I mean, they're top 50 in the RPI. So this was not this was
Bad
not
loss.
this was not a terrible loss.
Yeah.
For people going, oh God, we're never going to host a regional now because they lost to Kansas.
We talked about it with
you
Brunts
can't-
yesterday.
You can't do that. You can't think that way.
Yeah.
It's just one game. You're going to lose baseball games. Remember, this is only the 7th loss of the year, something like that. So Nebraska is still fine. Sure, it would have been nice to get that, but I think this can be a positive for Will Bolt's team, because I guarantee you when they play Kansas again, there's going to be a little more piss and vinegar in that dugout, and I think Nebraska will meet the emotional match.
Yeah.
Again, sometimes when you're cruising along like this, sometimes you just lose that edge. It's like Rocky Balboa after he beat Apollo Creed, went out and fought all those tomato cans and beat the crap out of him, and then Mr. T comes along and knocks him out.
Yep.
He lost his eye of the tiger. He lost his edge.
He needed to go run on a beach and hug a shirtless
He
man.
needs to go. Will Bolt needs to go out on the beach and hug Apollo Creed.
Oh, Apollo. Okay, I thought you were going to be.
Because Apollo's.
I thought you were going to take off your shirt. You guys.
No,
could hug.
it's not. No, you don't want to see that. But no, I think they will. I think they will bring more of an edge. And hell,
You like that this happens too right before these two huge series?
I do.
Yeah,
Absolutely, I do.
for sure.
I don't think Nebraska will come out flat this week against USC.
No, especially
absolutely
now.
not.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably weren't going to anyway because it is an important series. But this can serve as a wake-up call. This is I said it yesterday. I think they pitch, starting pitching. They don't have that super ace, but they got 3 really good guys pitching on the weekend who will get a lot of strikeouts. They don't walk a lot of guys. As Brunt said yesterday, the bullpen, middle of the bullpen is sometimes suspect. That's probably an area you can shore up. But I just think, and last night was a perfect example, they didn't come up with a big hit. Instead of taking the walk, or trying to take the walk, Nebraska, swing those bats, be aggressive, go up there looking for a hit, and they just didn't get it last night. Again, it's baseball. Those things are going to happen. But I think this offense, top to bottom, especially at the top, those top 4 or 5 hitters are really in a groove right now. And as I pointed out yesterday, the team is hitting 900 OPS, almost 900 OPS. This is a good offense. So they'll overcome this. They'll be fine. Would not shock me in the least if Nebraska swept this series. Really. I think they'll win the series. Wouldn't shock me if they swept.
Yeah, I mean, you said it's interesting that this comes when it does, because I think the chatter has really started picking up about getting a chance to host. We've talked about it a lot more over the last week or so. Obviously, fans are talking about it a whole lot more. And now there's going to be this, we talked about it, I think, the other day, there's this fun type of pressure now that's going to come with these games where, assuming you're able to do something real good against these West Coast teams, Oregon and USC, that you're about to play, one on the road, one at home over the next couple of weekends, then, I mean, you're able to take care of business, and maybe that's something realistic. And so for them to take this loss, for it to unfold like it does, their coach gets run, he's fired up afterwards. He's talking about defending those guys.
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean now? How do they answer the call when they get back out there on the mound, on the field, a few days later on Friday?
I think they'll answer it well. I really do. I think they'll answer it well. Hopefully the weekend weather will hold up too, and they can get all those games in on time, on schedule.
Yes.
So it doesn't mess anything up in terms of, having
especially with a West Coast
headers
team
or anything like that.
Yeah, having to go home, yeah.
Nick, we need a sports flash.
Oh.
Sports Flash. Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update. Sports Flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
Just announced by the team Twitter account, Creighton has announced the return of Austin Swartz.
Oh!
Sports Flash.
He was Creighton's leading scorer in conference play, second in three-pointers made. Of course, had the game-saving play against Xavier. Even though he missed the free throw, but he still had the game-winning shot. And also forced overtime with a shot against Georgetown. But Austin Swartz, some folks were thinking that he was probably going to be out the door, but I sensed that there was a little momentum for his return late in the year. I know he didn't make the trip to Las Vegas, but that was because he had a foot injury and they wanted to opt for surgery.
Do you think that was because of like the impact that he was, bringing to the team and more involvement? I mean, he was obviously a really important piece down the stretch.
He was. He was particularly important in the middle of the season when the Jays needed a spark offensively, and they got it. So this is a good retention for the Jays, and we'll see if there's any more announcements. Probably the biggest one left out there is Jackson McAndrew. If you missed it earlier, Blake Harper and Fedor Zugic have announced they are entering the transfer portal.
Yeah.
So Austin Swartz back, folks.
Man, busy and newsy couple days so
it
far.
Is.
I see your Swartz is as big as mine.
Nice, Nick. Black Cat says things switched up late, got his bleep together.
Yeah. I sensed that. I'm not saying he had he never had a bad attitude. In fact, I always enjoyed my interviews with him. But I think there was still a bit of an adjustment to, a different style of doing things. And I think he adapted to it. And I think he really enjoys his teammates. And so I'm happy to see him back.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. It's a good retention.
Yeah.
For C.
Could not agree more.
Good retention. All right. Still to come. We're going to shift gears and talk about another sport. This one, a different stick and ball sport. It is golf. Did you see this, by the way, before we bring on Matt Vincenzi? Bryson DeChambeau is going to use an iron that he fabricated with a 3D printer.
I did not see that.
Is it still an iron?
Fair question.
You know what, Nick? Normally we'd say shut up, Nick.
But give him a double bang?
Well,
no, not a double bang.
No, it's just a good question.
I mean, they call them woods, even though they don't use wood.
Yeah, they haven't used wood in a wood. It's really more of
first
a
set of golf clubs I ever had, by the way. I did have actual woods.
I think you should use the 9 plastic here.
We don't call them woods anymore. We call them drivers.
What should we call like a 3-wood?
3D printer.
Yeah, there you go.
Now, it says that the USGA has to approve his clubs before they're used in competition. But, so I guess we'll see.
That guy's a scientist. He's not beefy Bryson anymore, though. Remember how yoked he was a few years ago?
Yeah.
When he was being a weirdo about fire ants and stuff like that?
Yeah.
He's kind of chilled out a little.
To be fair,
the juice.
Have you ever gotten bitten by fire ants?
Yeah, but he was being whiny, and he was being whiny.
Fire ants suck.
I don't want to go hang out with one, Nick.
Well, we'll talk about Bryson.
But not the 3D printers.
We'll talk about John Rahm.
We also will not talk about Jason Kelsey being in a full caddy outfit. I am so tired of this guy. Get him off of my television. Get him out of here. Not because he's an Eagle. It's because he's annoying.
We got all these damn Cowboys on TV.
You immediately go partisan. It's not about partisanship.
But yeah, it is. You hate him because he's an Eagle.
No,
if he would have been a Cowboy, you would have been like, he's so
I don't want Tony Romo on television anymore. See? Down the middle, Josh. Balls and strikes. Balls and strikes.
Driving in the middle of the road. Josh.
More like unpartisan, unbiased.
Middle of the road, Josh.
No bias here, folks.
All right.
No bias here.
Matt Vincenzi, golf writer, will join us next as we preview the Masters on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone and 97.7 The Zone out in central Nebraska. Of course, a tradition unlike any other. It is the second weekend of April, which means it is Masters time, and it should be absolutely gorgeous all week long, starting tomorrow with the first round. And here to help us preview this year's Masters, Matt Vincenzi, who joins us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Matt, we appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, love coming on. I think the last few times we've spoken, we might have ended up with a winner of the tournament. So let's do that again this year.
Absolutely.
Well, there are some interesting scenarios that could play out this week, because obviously a lot of the big names are at the top of the board in terms of the betting line. But this is the first time that Rory comes into this event not having that pressure of having never done it and the whole career Grand Slam thing. So how much pressure do you think he actually has this year, knowing that now he has a chance to be the fourth to repeat at the Masters?
Well, it's not just the pressure I'm worried about with him. It's kind of the responsibilities that comes with being the Masters champion and the Champions Dinner and the media obligations. And, you know, there's a reason why only 3 players have gone back-to-back, and the last one was 25 years ago, right? Because it's really, really hard to do. So, you know, for that reason, I'm not high on McIlroy's chances this week. Not to mention he hasn't played since the Players, which is almost a month ago, had a back issue going on. So, you know, I do think the fact that he, you know, is the defending champion, and you have Scottie Scheffler, who's not playing all that well either, kind of opens it up to a lot of players this year.
Yeah, Matt, I wonder, when you approach a tournament this big, you know, this important, one of the majors, like, what's your kind of process look like where you're maybe putting guys into a bucket of there's no way this guy's winning, whether it's because of lack of consistency as of late, maybe they're a first-timer, people who've missed the cut in recent vintage at the Masters. How do you kind of approach that, just big picture, as you're whittling down the group of golfers you think can actually win?
Yeah, to me, I think the Masters is actually no tournament is easy to predict, but it's the easiest of all the tournaments each year, because you typically have a bucket of about 9 to 10 players or so that can win the tournament. And I think it's the same this year. You know, trends are one thing. You can rule a couple out, you can use a couple, but in general, what you see is the player, one of the top elite players in the world who's playing the best entering the week is the guy who wins. You typically don't find guys who are playing poorly who suddenly find their form at Augusta. That doesn't happen. You know, it has to be someone who's playing well. Typically, it's a guy who's already won that year. Typically, it's a player who's, you know, hasn't missed his cut in his most recent start. So there's some things you can look at, but to me, it's the best player who's playing the best entering the week.
Well, someone who probably fits that category better than anybody is Jon Rahm. In his last 5 live events, he's got 1 win, 3 seconds, and a 5th. Also, he has some of the best approach shots in the game. He's second on the odds list behind Scheffler this week. It almost feels like this. It almost feels too easy to think that this is another year for Jon Rahm.
That was my only concern, that it seems too easy. But I remember thinking back in 2023, it felt a little too easy at that time too. He'd already won 3 times leading into the Masters. This time he's only won once, but he's finished runner-up 3 times out of the 5 tournaments, plus the win. He's first on live in strokes gained approach. He's third in strokes gained off the tee. And after he won in Hong Kong last month, the word that he kept going back to in his post-game press conference was relief. He said he just felt so relieved. And I think for a year and a half, the longest drought of his career without a win, he was looking to get that monkey off his back, and he finally did that. So I think that really freed him up to play some of his best golf. And now with 2 of the pre-tournament favorites kind of have questions, I think he's the clear favorite, the clear guy to beat. And a lot of people, I think it's almost disrespectful to say, well, the 2 best players might not win, so it's wide open. Well, 2 years ago, this guy was considered the best guy in the world until Scheffler kind of went nuts. So I think that might be back for him to take in the next, you know, this major season.
I wonder, Matt, where you think Bryson is in this conversation, given the success that he is also having right now. He's coming off of his best 2 finishes in his history at the Masters as well. Of course, he has a couple of majors, both of those being U.S. Opens. Like, could this be the year for him too?
Absolutely. I have Bryson as the second favorite. And to me, it's, again, the best player who's playing the best. Coming to the year, I thought the 4 best players in the world were Scottie, Rory, Bryson, and Rahm. Okay, the first 2 have questions. The next 2 have less. Bryson's won 2 in a row. Leading into this event, he's been one of the best major players over the last 2 years. He's gotten better at Augusta each time. And to me, he's starting to figure out the nuances of Augusta, right? Sometimes it takes players 7 to 12 times before they really figure it out. I think this is his 11th start at Augusta. His first 7 weren't great. He's got progressively better each of the last 3, 6th, then 5th. Last year he led the field in strokes gained around the green. So he's figuring out those fast greens and the nuances of those sloping surfaces. So I think he has really, really good chance this week.
We're talking with Matt Vincenzi, who covers the Live Tour and also has worked with SI in the past covering golf. Speaking of Bryson, he's such a polarizing player, and he's, attitude at times has been a little crazy. But where do you think his mindset is now entering this tournament versus maybe where he was 5 or 6 years ago?
I think he's in a much better place. I think he's comfortable with who he is now, whereas before he was maybe trying to be something he wasn't. And he's been very open in discussing that. He's an emotional player, and he wears his heart on his sleeve. And I think that since he started to embrace that, it's freed him up to play better. On the golf course, I think the difference in his game is, when he first started playing this, he was the big bulked up Bryson who was trying to overpower the golf course until he realized you just can't do that around Augusta National. Strategy is the most important thing. So I think he's learned, not only not to hit driver on every hole, but also, when is it time to be aggressive, or when is it time to play the middle of the green and play to 30 feet and take your medicine and take a par and move on. So it's the strategy behind it that I think he's learned. I think all players probably need to learn, besides a select few like Jordan Spieth in 15. But other than that, it takes a few times around this place.
Matt, so we've talked about like the big 4 that you were mentioning a few minutes ago, guys who are, the best golfers in the world. When you're looking at that next tier, not so much a long shot, but just the next tier down, like who are the guys that you're really keeping an eye on this weekend?
I think Tommy Fleetwood has a great chance to win this week. I talked about Rahm getting the monkey off his back. I think Tommy winning the Tour Championship was big for him to kind of free him up to now chase the biggest win of his career in a major. He's been pretty good at Augusta. His approach numbers are good this season. Hasn't won yet, which I think is okay, but he's trending towards a win. I like him a lot. Another player I like who's really under the radar, who I don't think anybody likes this week, to me is Brooks Koepka. We talk about a wide open major. And, what's the type of player who could take advantage of a wide open major? None of the, the top guys are a clear cut favorite. How about the guy who has 5 majors already? And some of these other majors, when he's won or contended, he wasn't in great form leading up to it. He did miss the cut at Houston. That would break some trends. But prior to that, his approach numbers were great. He's been good around Augusta. He has 2 runner-up finishes here. So I think he might go under the radar and has a chance to contend.
Someone who has climbed the charts a little bit. In fact, as I look right now on the latest odds on BetMGM, he's 5th on the board at plus 1,400. Is Ludvig Åberg of Sweden. He's got 3 straight top 5 finishes in his last 3 golf tournaments. Here's another one who hasn't won a major yet. Could this be the first for him?
Look, if you could build a player to contend at Augusta National in a lab, it might be Ludvig Åberg. He's perfectly suited to play this golf course. He's long and straight off the tee. He's one of the best iron players in the world. He's a good putter when he gets hot. The issue for him recently has been his finishing ability. At the Players, he had a 3-shot lead on Sunday at one point, going for the biggest win of his career, and he completely collapsed. He was hitting shots 30 yards right of the fairway into the water, dead middle of the lake. There's just something that was off on him on Sunday. And, when he was contending here as a debutant, he was cruising, looked like he could really contend, and then he hits one in the water too. So I do think skill set wise, he's perfect. Talent wise, he's incredible. I think especially at that place on the odds board, it's really tough to count on him on the back nine of a major championship when he hasn't proven he can do that yet.
Matt, as you mentioned at the start of the conversation, we've been doing this with you for a few years. Every time that we've talked to you in the past, like, weather was a huge story. There was at least one day where it was like, this is going to really cause some problems. It looks absolutely perfect in Augusta this year. Like, I wonder if, in an interesting way, does that maybe eliminate or cause you to accentuate a type of golfer that you would like, given that the conditions will be perfect? And so maybe someone who is a bit more mentally tough because conditions aren't great, that they don't have that advantage maybe this time around.
Well, to me, it's kind of the opposite, only because when conditions are perfect at Augusta, that means firm and fast, and that makes it more difficult around the green, and that makes it more difficult to hold the green on longer iron shots. So more players will be missing green in regulation. Therefore, the ability to get up and down for par in tough situations is going to be more important for the entire field. So that brings guys with really great short games into play. I think of a guy who hasn't been playing that great on live, Cameron Smith, but who loves firm and fast. And the last time I played firm and fast, I think, was at least a decade ago. And then that year you had 3 Aussies in the top 6 on the leaderboard. Jason Day is a guy who could rise to the top because he has such a good short game. I like Adam Scott this week. Players who are used to that firm and fast, difficult, tricky around the green conditions could rise to the top.
Give me a name that few people may have heard of, because it always seems like every year at the Masters, we get at least one guy on that front page of the leaderboard who's like, where did this guy come from? And he's there all of a sudden. Is there someone that pops into your mind as someone that maybe a lot of casuals have not heard of that may end up being on that front page when we get to Sunday?
I'll give you an extreme long shot. A guy I like is Casey Jarvis. He's a South African. He's really hot in the DP World Tour right now. He won 3 starts ago, and then he has 2 top 10s in his next subsequent 2 starts. I think South Africans are good in these conditions, and I think he's a guy who not many people know, but they might know soon. He's 24 years old. I think he could maybe get in the mix.
Matt Vincenzi. Matt, we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for helping us preview this year's Masters. It's going to be an awful lot of fun. Let's hope that we get some exciting finishes here this season at Augusta.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
You bet.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much. Matt Vincenzi joining us here on the Liberty First Credit Union, or excuse me, it's not even Liberty First anymore. My God, that's going back on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. I wanted to share this. I saw this on Monday. It is the common traits of the last 8 Masters champions. All 8 previous champions had these traits in common.
Okay.
Top 30 in the world golf rankings. A top 15 finish in either one or both of the last 2 majors. So you're talking Open Championship, U.S. Open last year. Has a previous major top 5. Has a top 5 finish so far this season. Has a previous top 5 in his career at Augusta. Is ranked in the top 25 in strokes gained, and is ranked currently in the top 50 in around the green. This is from Golf Ramble, who did all of this research. All 7 of these were hits for the last 8 Masters champions. Are you ready to see who qualifies this year?
I have to imagine this is going to be a very tiny, tiny, tiny list, and I'm guessing
There
we're talking
are-
about the names.
There are 3.
That was going to be my guess. 3 guys.
One is the defending champion, Rory McIlroy. The other is the U.S. Open champion, Matt Fitzpatrick. And the third is John Rahm, who we just talked about with Matt. He likes him as his favorite. These are the only 3 golfers who fit those 8 categories. So if this trend's going to continue and go 9 for 9,
it won't be
there's your
Scheffler.
winner.
It won't be Bryson.
There's your winner right there in the top 3. And we didn't really talk much about Scheffler, but think about it. He has not played a competitive round in 3 weeks. He was supposed to play at Houston. Then his latest child was born, so that suspended kind of moved him off. Hasn't had the great finishes so far this year. He was outside of the top 10 in the last 3. He was outside of the top 20 in the Players and the Arnold Palmer. So I know he's the favorite. I know that, you can never count him out. It just seems like he's not fitting that category right now of one of those guys who's on a hot streak, going into this event. And so, not that you have to win, because by the way, not many people win their last start right before Augusta, but he just, I don't know. I know he's the leader on the betting charts, but I'm not really surprised that he didn't show up on this list.
No, I'm not either. I mean, especially given what you have to do, there's one of those traits is recent success. So it certainly makes some sense. Very, very interesting. Something to keep an eye on over the next few days.
And we will have our updates throughout the course of the next couple of days. Don't forget, this year we've added Amazon Prime. So the early rounds, you'll see the early hours on Amazon Prime. Then, of course, ESPN. And then this weekend, CBS and Paramount Plus. So looking forward to it. A tradition unlike any other. We will be back and have more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Dumb debates are still coming up on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, Zone mobile app, ZoneTV.live, and Zach Bryan.
Wait, we're on Zach Bryan's new album?
Whoa,
No.
congrats to us.
With Heaven On Tour coming to Memorial Stadium with special guests Kings of Leon and J.R. Carroll.
Oh, fun.
It's April 25th. That's a couple weeks from Saturday in Memorial Stadium. That's in Lincoln, by the way. You can listen to Middays with Matt for your chance to win your way into the show or double your odds and go online to 1620thezone.com and enter the Red Zone giveaway for your chance to score a pair of tickets.
First time I ever saw a woman take off her shirt at a concert, I was seeing Kings of Leon.
You want to know something crazy?
That was the only time I've ever seen that happen at a concert.
Did you just stand there with your mouth agape?
I was like,
for
this is
5
sweet.
minutes? Like, I've never seen those
I had
before.
seen it before, John. I was 20. It was great, though.
Oh, so you saw them before you had a cheeseburger.
Nice.
That's amazing. How many people can say that?
Not a lot.
I saw my first pair in the wild.
Yeah, before I had a
cheeseburger.
Wow, I never thought of it that way.
You know, what's crazy is all the shows and concerts and events I've been to, I've never seen it.
Yeah, that's
You've
crazy.
never seen a pair in the wild?
No,
Wow.
I've had people I've been at shows with like, oh my God, did you see that? I'm like, no, I was watching the band.
Tay says I took my shirt off at a Cage the Elephant show when I was like 19 because the lead singer also took his shirt off.
No, that tracks. He takes his shirt off all the time.
Really?
Yeah,
It's like
saw
the lead singer of Maroon 5.
I saw KG Elephant a couple years ago, and the dude was in a boot and still had his shirt and everything off.
Yeah, too bad no women did too, Nick. Am I right?
Heyo.
Blackcat says, never been to a Tech 9 concert? I have not.
No, I haven't.
Can confirm.
I saw this posted by a friend of the program, Parker Fleming, a.k.a. Statso War. It was a retweet. It's just another reminder.
I know. This is so sad. I saw this too.
The best one-possession win-loss records of the last 5 years in college football. Michigan is 16-3 in one-possession games.
That's incredible.
Coastal.
Carolina?
Yes.
Whoa.
15-4. Charlotte.
I've heard of them.
11-3.
Yeah.
Georgia.
Yeah.
12-4. Planet Houston. 20-7. Those are the best win-loss records of the last 5 years. The worst win-loss records of the last 5 years.
Yeah.
UMass. 2-9. Arkansas. 6-20. Virginia Tech. 5-16. And Auburn. 6-18.
Nebraska.
9-25.
Good God.
And when you
Whoa.
just count, now that's by win percentage.
Sure.
Right? But if you just count the overall losses.
Are they also number one in that category,
Oh,
John?
with a bullet.
Yeah.
Last 5 years, most one-possession losses. Nebraska has 5 more than anybody else in college football. 5 more than anybody else in college football. That's 130 some odd teams.
Yeah.
Arkansas and Northern Illinois have the second most. But at least for Northern Illinois, they're 16-20.
Mm-hmm.
So they're basically 500.
16
Pretty
and
darn
20.
close to it.
Oh, the zone.
Da-da-da.
Da-da-da.
9-25.
John, they have struggled. They
In
have very
one-
much struggled.
In
Whoops.
one-possession games.
They have very much struggled.
And it's in those one-possession games where if Nebraska's going to conquer this schedule and get to a bowl game, get to 7 wins, dare I say get to 8 wins, you're going to have to win the one-possession games.
Very much so.
You're going to have to win those one-possession games. It's very unlikely that they're going to be able to win 6 or 7 2-score or more victories.
Now, in fairness to them, last year, John, let's take a look at the one-score games. Cincinnati, win. Michigan, loss. Maryland, win. Northwestern, win. USC, loss. UCLA, win. They went 4-2 last year in one-score
So
game.
progress. So that's
Big-time progress.
That's a nice transition into an email that we got from Al in Minneapolis.
What up, Al?
And this was in response to our Husker fan expectation poll phase 2, in which about 56% of you, when we combined the top two options, think that Nebraska will win at least 6 games. We call it the positivity index.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
The mid-index.
We probably should call it the mid-index.
Yeah.
But all things have to be relative. This isn't 1994 anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Where 6 wins would have been met with a firing squad.
That's true.
Al writes, I don't have Twitter, so I couldn't participate in the poll, but I am in the 7 to 8 win camp and feeling rather comfortable.
Wow.
And he didn't even mention the one score thing, which
Correct.
you just quoted. Nebraska went 4-2.
4-2.
So in other words,
their biggest issue was actually getting blown out.
True. But Nebraska got almost half of the 9 wins, one-score wins they had in the last 5 years in one season.
Seriously, it very much changed.
So this is kind of leaning into Al's bit. So I thought what we would do is go point by point, what Al mentions, and see if we agree or disagree.
Perfect.
With Al's assertion that he is comfortable. He's feeling comfortable being in the 7 or 8 win camp regular season.
All right.
Point number 1. Calandria is the real deal. Reading from Al's email. Calandria is the real deal. My best friend has an inordinate obsession with this quarterback since his freshman year at Virginia. While he does have documented turnover issues, he can also score incredibly quickly. Even if there are more turnovers, the capacity to overcome them is increased with him under center compared to the first 3 offenses of the Rule era. Not only that, he's old. If the past couple of years have taught us anything about the sport, it's that old teams, are winning games. I feel much more comfortable with Calandri's experience than what Dylan Raiola and Heinrich Harburg brought to the table the last few years. The Huskers are moving from a cautious, inexperienced quarterback to a decisive veteran. Love it.
All right, let's unpack that one a little bit.
Go ahead.
Dylan Raiola, by the end of his time in Nebraska, I certainly would not refer to him as inexperienced.
Correct. You would have been in 3rd year, Dylan Raiola, in this offense, in this system, with these teammates.
Lots of starts under his belt, lots of games under his belt. So, that aside, his turnover issues are notable. We have talked about them a lot. His ability to score quickly also is notable. His ability to try to push the ball downfield. There is something different about the offense this year. I very much think if the team performs at a high level, it will not be because the defensive line surprises us in a positive capacity. It will be because Calandria is such a revelation and he changes the offense to such a degree that while they aren't going to be a 10 or 11 win team, they could comfortably be a 7 or an 8 win team because the offense is that good. Mike Schaefer says it all the time. Can they score 1 extra touchdown a game? Can they get to 28 points a game? If they can get to 28 points per game, that changes the equation. I am still a bit dubious because he is turnover prone, but I understand why, if you're talking about reasons to believe, he is very much a reason or the reason to believe.
Can he and the offense make up what we are assuming will be extra turnovers?
What do you mean by that?
Perhaps. I'm
can they
I'm
score?
re-asking his question.
Yeah.
I mean, that's Al's point is, but with the extra turnovers comes a more explosive offense. All right, fine. I will continue to assert that if Nebraska is going to commit more turnovers, they are going to have to get back more turnovers on defense. And that is
100%.
something that this group has not done very well over the last several seasons.
Yeah.
Several seasons.
Yeah, we almost need we need to have a conversation later this offseason about a number that is okay for him to have and then decide on what the number is that the defense needs to get in terms of taking it away, because every number that he goes up, the defense is going to need to go up. And in theory, every number he goes down, if the defense just stayed level, things would be really, really good. What is that number, and what does the defense need to do? Because you're right. If they lose out on possessions and they're unable to get extra possessions themselves, if the defensive splash plays, which is something that we always keep track of, if they can't get those, that's when it just the math of it gets very, very difficult. Very, very difficult.
Last year's defense in terms of interceptions gained, the national leader was Southern Miss with 23. How many picks did Nebraska have last year?
Ooh, 6.
Very good.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
Nice.
That's 105th in the country.
Yeah, it wasn't. They were not taking the ball away, man.
That is 105th in the country for a team that played exactly the same number of games, by the way. So this isn't like an Indiana who had 19 interceptions in 16 games. Southern Miss had 23 in 13 games.
And the funny thing, too, is Nebraska's pass defense for the first 2 months was really, really good. But that was still the one issue is like, yeah, but they don't get takeaways, you know? Teams couldn't really throw the ball on them, but they also weren't getting the ball themselves. 6 takeaways.
Nebraska regained 7 fumbles last year, which was tied for 49th in the country.
Brutal.
So total gained turnovers. Nebraska was 98th in the country at 13. We're assuming if Nebraska is going to turn it over more, they have to get more back. This team, I don't think, is good enough, like some of the Bo Pelini teams were, to still win games despite being in a negative turnover margin. I just don't think that's going to be possible.
Michael Severe disagrees with us. That's not true. They don't need to get more turnovers. They just need to be more efficient in the red zone. If they have a higher finishing drive rate, they'll make up for the turnovers. Why not both?
But exactly. Why not both? Remember, if you're turning the ball over, you're giving up extra possessions. And who's to say that the other team's not going to get scores off of those turnovers? I just think it's too – I'm not disagreeing with Michael. Yeah, they need to be better in the red zone. Absolutely. We don't know, by the way, how much better they're going to be in the red zone with this group versus last year's group.
Yeah.
But again, using the Calandria, I just don't think this team's going to be good enough to win when they're -1 or -2 in a game.
Yeah.
They historically have not been. And remember, Matt Rule's teams have not been that good even when they break even. The record is close to 500 when they just break even. Crazy. In the turnover margin, which is very rare. I mean, and I've tracked this number back to 1973. Nebraska, when they break even, is a far better than 500 program. But for some reason, this coach and Scott Frost, they both had issues unless they were winning the turnover margin.
I mean, the issue is they're just not talented enough.
Right.
You know?
Right. So, yeah, sure, finishing in the red zone would be nice. But if we're assuming that Nebraska is going to turn it over more, they do need to get some of those back. And they got to do it better than 98th in the country.
Correct.
Because
that's the thing. You and I are baking into the cake extra turnovers.
Sure.
Yeah. So that's why I want more takeaways.
As part of the argument.
All right. So that was number 1.
That's number 1. Number 2, according to Al in Minneapolis, the schedule is more manageable than it looked before we knew the dates of the games. When what we all knew was a list of opponents, that schedule looked way more daunting than it does now. The schedule provides a clear on-ramp for early momentum to the we say that every year crowd.
We say that every year.
Nebraska is legally allowed to take advantage of favorable scheduling sequence, even if they haven't done it in years past. 4-1, or dare and say 5-0, looks rather achievable. Pat Fitzgerald hasn't won a college football game since the Ireland incident, and Maryland is in a purgatory. On paper, that is favorable for Nebraska. The Huskers could have a losing record in the remaining 7 games and still reach 7 to 8 wins with that start.
They got to do it.
They got to do it.
I got to see it, man.
They got to do it.
I got to see it before I believe it.
I mean, yeah, backing out of the Tennessee game because of stadium construction.
Yeah, how's that working, by the way?
I drove by the other day.
A lot of people hammering and drilling.
I thought I may have run over a misplaced screw.
God, John, that could get a hole in your tire.
I know, it sucks.
Yeah.
That will help. I mean, softening up the schedule, and that move could turn out to be the difference between a bowl game and not a bowl game. If you think about it, it could.
Absolutely could.
Or a difference between 6 and 7, which I know doesn't sound all that impressive. But
here's the thing. So last year,
I do agree. I do agree with Al. It's true. Just because they haven't done it before doesn't mean they still can't take advantage of it. I think, put this on the list if you want.
Okay.
Nebraska will go 3. I don't think it's worth a list out of.
Okay.
Wow.
They'll go 3-0 in the non-con.
Yeah, I'm not going to put that on.
They'll go 3-0. Then the question becomes, all right, does Pat Fitzgerald have some kind of magic wand in him that makes Michigan State instantly good right away? And, what about Maryland? Now, I would say this. Maryland has been in purgatory, but Maryland has also given Nebraska problems.
They almost beat
every
Nebraska
year.
last year. It took, again, stop, score, stop, score. That's how Nebraska beat Maryland last year.
Right.
They had to have 4 drives that resulted in 0 points for Maryland and 10 points for Nebraska. Otherwise, they would not have won the game. We talked about this a little bit on Monday. Last year, Nebraska, of their 7 wins in the regular season, they came against the bottom 8 teams on their schedule.
Yes.
The only team that they lost to in that group was Minnesota. That said, the top 6 in the schedule this year is tougher than the top 6 were on their schedule last year, at least according to SP Plus, which is very much preseason. That said, the first 5 opponents all fall in the bottom 6 games in terms of strength of schedule. The only one that's not in there is Rutgers, and that is, of course, towards the end of the season. They very much need to pile up those wins. I will not argue that. There is an on-ramp. We've just said that so many times.
Nebraska somehow has found the ditch on the on-ramp.
I'm with you. I don't think that they will lose in the non-con. If they do, I mean, this whole conversation is stupid because they're really going to suck.
If they do, we got some big problems.
They got to go 2-0 against Maryland and Michigan State. I truly believe that. If they go 4-1, I think it's going to be a real tough sled because then that's going to require multiple wins against teams that are viewed as, in my opinion, better than them to make it to a bowl game.
So I'll half agree with point 2.
By the way, we have an argument going back to point 1 real fast from Hot
Yes.
Danger. If we're going to make reckless assumptions, why not just assume Calandria turns it over less? I don't think it's a reckless assumption to think he'll turn it over more than Dylan Raiola. That's what he's done throughout his entire career.
Sure,
whether he was playing in the
pattern.
ACC or playing in the Mountain West, the guy turns the ball over. That's not reckless. It's factual.
Part of it is the nature of play. Quarterbacks that are more mobile or more running quarterbacks do tend to turn the ball over.
You don't even have
more.
to. We could have 2 separate discussions. We could have the will he turn the ball over more broadly, or could we have the he'll fumble it more? You don't even have to take into account his throwing and his decision making through the air.
Sure.
But I think the spring game was illuminating in that regard because that pass was really silly, and I think we're going to see that happen this football season. I think he's going to fumble it, though. I think that's inarguable. Like you said, a running quarterback means more fumbles.
I mean, usually people who have a history of fumble, and he's been up there. And again, that's not a character assassination. That's just the truth.
Nebraska's teams, when they were running the ball in the 90s, were fumbling all the time.
We saw it with Taylor. We saw it with Adrian. We saw it with Turner Gill, for crying out loud.
I was going to say, the best quarterbacks in Nebraska football history were also fumbling the ball. Why? Because they were running the ball. Now, they also had the option element, too, so that was going to add to it. But, yeah, I think that's a normal thing to say.
Key 3, defensive sample size, says Al. Going into last year, we heard a lot of Matt Rule has never had a bad D-line, and then the team had a bad D-line.
It sucked.
Now, do we all of a sudden think the man forgot how to coach defensive line? Combine a large sample / history of quality defensive line play, including at Nebraska, with coaching changes. That seems to be well thought of, and that seems like a recipe for improvement. I'm open to the idea that last year was a blip on the resume of how Rule defenses and specifically defensive lines look. Not to mention, again, everyone in that room is older, and that matters in college football 2026.
So, yeah, I'll present both sides of the argument here. I think the positive side with the defensive line is Terry Braden was not a fit for a variety of reasons. It just did not work out very well. There's a lot of behind-the-scenes stories of him as a coach and his acumen, and it did not go well. And I think everybody would admit that, especially if you could, get some truth serum or at least a couple of beers in them. So I think you start with that and you figure, all right, Corey Brown comes in, defense making some changes. Could they get better just by that fact alone, with a better coordinator leading the way, a better position coach leading the way, that they are able to improve on the defensive line, and they're not excellent, but they're also not getting pushed around like they were last year. I think that is a positive side, and I think you could talk me into them certainly improving. I think if I want to be, a bit more pessimistic, it would definitely be they didn't add anybody, and that group really did struggle. And John, I think sadly we have seen multiple guys in the defensive line or on the defensive line stagnate with their growth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I continue to think back to 2023 and what we saw from the young players, and how if you would have told me in 2023 that this is the conversation we would have on April 8th, 2026, I wouldn't have believed you. Because I would have been flabbergasted. Like a Cam Lenhart's always the guy that I bring up. I thought that he flashed so well early on, made some plays in the Colorado game in Boulder. I thought, whoa, freshman, this guy's going to be a monster. And he just has not ever been that monster. No. Riley Van Poppel, he was a player we talked about a ton last year, wasn't able to do so. They lost those big hosses in the middle, and it's been a struggle for them. So this is also one where I am dubious.
I think it's not so much a Matt Rule won't allow it to happen. It's more of a personnel thing in terms of maybe they just don't have all of the right personnel. I would say this, though, to try to spin this more of in a positive light. I think with the additions, especially Chambliss in the linebacking core and the secondary that is coming back, I think that will help overcome I'm talking McDougal here, because those two guys, a lot of communication. They'll be very familiar with the defense. That the back seven will be the strength of the unit, and hopefully, and I know this is dangerous because you've still got to win the lines of scrimmage, but I think with what I hope to be better or improved linebacker play, that it will help things up front as those guys come along. I'm not convinced that, this year's defensive line is going to be better than last year's defensive line necessarily, but I think as a unit, it can be better.
The defense
with new coaching and some experience in the back seven.
Yeah.
So a little give and a little.
And by the way, they did add bodies. Like, Michael's texting. I know that they've added bodies. I was expecting more.
Yeah.
In terms of who they added, and so I shouldn't have flippantly said they added nobody. They did add. They had bodies, and they got guys coming back, from injuries and such. But I was hoping for more with the defensive line.
And I know we can't take too much out of the spring game. I just don't remember hearing a lot of this, it's going to be fantastic because Stoudemire or Whittington are having these great springs.
Yeah,
I didn't hear a whole lot of that. Doesn't mean anything necessarily.
Sure,
the proof will be this fall, but I think the back seven will help the front come along.
Yeah. I mean, that said, back seven was pretty solid last year, and you said it over and over, like the pass defense isn't going to be able to hold up at a certain point, especially when you look at, not to go back to the schedule thing, but Indiana can run the ball. Ohio State can run the ball. Illinois can run the ball.
Yeah.
Who did I miss? Oregon can run the ball.
And theoretically, they should be a little more aggressive too, going after the quarterback.
Yeah,
so
you hope so. Is there another point?
Number 4, final point.
Okay.
Fading the public. Josh did it last year with his record prediction. Whenever the sentiment is skewed heavily in one direction, it's worth sprinkling a little stock in the opposite outcome. 7-5 or 8-4 are not insanely good records. These are achievable outcomes for a coach who's largely been in his coaching history. Combining the listed elements above with just a general belief in Rule as a competent coach, and those records do not seem like far-off dreams to me.
For the record, I was not fading the public last year. I was just going off of what I expected to happen with the team based off of the things that I was hearing and the things that I was seeing with my own eyes.
Yeah.
That's it was. Now that said, I mean, if you have faded the public over the last decade, you're a winner because everyone was always expecting good things and they have not had good things. This is the first time in my life that I can really remember where fading the public would mean them being on the positive ledger. So
I'm not even having thought about a record prediction yet, but if you had to pin me down in this moment, I would say it's 6 or 7. 7 on the good side, 6 on the, well, actually 5 on the low side.
I was going to say I'm 5 and 7,
but I'm probably a 6 or a 7. So I'm not that far off from where Al is. I think 8 is pushing it.
Yeah.
I think 8 could be pushing it. 8 would be my ceiling right now.
Yeah. I just because one of the things that Michael talked about the other day on when he filled in for Matt on Middays with Matt was the schedule. And he brought up the win total. And he just texted this to me as well, that the win total for projected win total for Big Ten opponents is 65.5. Last year, it was also 65.5. And I get that. And all I can use are other predictors. But I mean, literally team over team, the toughest team on the schedule this year is better than the toughest team was last year. The second toughest team is tougher than the second toughest team last year, and so on. And you have to go all the way to the non-conference to find a team that is easier than their counterpart from a year ago. And that's where I think it's going to be hard. They did take care of business last year in terms of the lowest ranked teams on the schedule. The only one that they didn't beat was Minnesota. Otherwise, they got 7 wins. They went 7-1 against the bottom 8 teams. But, John, if you're looking for the first team that is in the same neighborhood as their hardest win, that was Northwestern. This year, that would be Maryland. So, talking about it, again, it would mean going 6-0 against that bottom stretch if you're talking about bowl eligibility. Because the 6th hardest game is Illinois with an SP Plus of 33. That's barely behind Michigan last year. And that's the 6th hardest game. Like, the top of the schedule is what it is. But I think the middle class is very robust. It's very robust.
Right, which would imply that Nebraska has to be better than they were last year.
Yeah, I think, like, Washington travels multiple time zones. Al emailed that to me earlier this week as well. Like, that's one where certainly if you want to play the time zone stuff, I am very game to hear that.
But we don't know when that game is.
That's true. And we saw USC travel 2 time zones and beat Nebraska and Lincoln last year as well.
True.
Look, we're going to talk about it ad nauseum over the next few months. That Michigan State, Maryland 2-game stretch before the Oregon-Indiana turnaround.
It'll be very telling because you're going to go in there and theoretically be overmatch your first 3 opponents.
Yeah.
And then you're going to go up, whether you think Michigan or Maryland are going to be Michigan State or Maryland are going to be any good, but you're instantly moving up to a weight class.
Because, yeah, look at going back to the numbers real fast. The SP Plus ranking of the non-conference games, North Dakota, we don't know. They're an FCS school. Ohio is 117. Bowling Green is 115. Michigan State is 67. I mean, that is a huge, huge jump. That's the equivalent last year of the jump between Akron and Cincinnati. Cincinnati, 3-point win, went down to the wire. Akron, ass whooping. Did not go down to the wire. No. That's what we're talking about in terms of a jump, a very similar type jump. So they obviously have to be ready for that game. And it's a road game.
Coming up, we know when Nebraska is going to be at Big Ten Media Days. Isn't that exciting?
Sure.
Also, ice cream and quarterbacks. That's what Oregon does. A comment by Oregon's quarterback coach that had the internet buzzing yesterday.
I might have ice cream tonight. After this topic, I think I'm going to be ready for ice cream.
Okay. Well, we'll find out if you make.
That's true.
You got to make your decision in a timely fashion.
Okay, perfect.
1620 The Zone Radio Network. a backyard makeover? Well, if you do and you've been dreaming about it, Robert's Nursery Landscape and Lawn at 1620 The Zone are here to help you. Shot at a $10,000 backyard makeover, whether it's a new patio, maybe it's a new backyard kitchen or a fire pit or landscaping, whatever it takes, Roberts can do it. And you can win a $10,000 backyard makeover by going to 1620thezone.com. Register for a $10,000 outdoor upgrade from Roberts Nursery Landscape and Lawn.
Awesome. I saw one of their vans recently. I was driving and I was like, oh, Roberts, they have a great deal.
Is it down by the river?
No, it was not.
Nice reference.
Nice reference.
By the way, speaking of that,
Did you down by the river?
Did you see this? Did you hear
or
about
is this?
this?
An SNL thing?
Have you seen any episodes this year?
No, I've seen a couple of clips. Like occasionally, my wife's like, "Oh, did you see that clip?" And then I watched the clip and I laughed.
And that was it.
Yep. So no, I don't know
the
who's hosting.
Season finale. The last 3 guests of the season guest hosts have been announced.
Okay.
Olivia Rodrigo.
Nice. I like her a lot.
What is she?
Musician.
What is
She's
she?
a musician.
No,
John.
she in. I was.
Oh.
So she's a. Oh, okay. I guess she's also the musical guest. So I guess that makes sense. I guess I needed to read the other card. Matt Damon on May 9th, and the season finale will be hosted by Will Ferrell.
Oh.
I may have to watch.
Look at you.
Well, because it's Will Ferrell, we're going back to
I
when
know,
the show was
'cause
funny.
This is maybe we do this for predictions on May 15th.
Will it be funny?
What classic sketches end up showing up?
Oh, yeah, from Will Ferrell.
Yeah, because, I mean, there's a lot of them. You could go to the hot tub.
Okay.
There's the one where they were like cheerleaders or whatever.
Yeah, the cheerleaders with Sherry
What about
O'Terry.
I drive a Dodge Stratus?
Hear me out.
Anything.
Bill Brasky.
Bill Brasky.
The Harry Carey space one, because we're going back to the moon.
Yeah.
Also another possibility.
That's true, because we have gone back to the moon, and now Harry Carey.
We've gone near the moon.
Did
We
you
haven't
not
gone
see the new pictures?
Look at John. I've gone to the bridge. No, I'm near the bridge. I can see the bridge, but I am not at the bridge, Nick.
Well, you can walk to the bridge. You can't walk to the moon.
You could jump out of the ship and land on it.
Make plans now, kids, to be in Chicago the 28th through the 30th of July.
Chicago!
Big Ten Media Days. You know, normally Nebraska goes first. This year, Nebraska's on the last day.
Yeah.
The 30th, with Indiana, Maryland, Michigan, Nebraska, Northwestern, Washington.
That's a lot of teams.
That's a lot of teams, because I don't know if you know this, it's 18 frickin' teams.
We're
in this
politicking our
frickin'
bosses
conference.
to not send us, right? Like normally we're like, send us, please.
I mean,
I think they're going to force McMaster to
Matt
go.
McMaster, he's from there. He would do a great job.
I think they're going to Shanghai him to Chicago.
that's a good idea.
Awesome.
He can be our guy in Chicago.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
It'd work better with him anyway, because most of the gimmicks that they do
are on during his show.
During the midday.
And look, if we're there, we wouldn't have access to Nebraska.
If we're there, I'm going to Wrigley Field and saying, see ya.
They wouldn't allow us to talk to anybody. I'm in trouble. I'm not allowed to.
That's true.
So we need to have someone there who can actually ask the question.
It's not Josh's Big Ten Media Days to tell.
Bingo.
Do you think they have somebody hired specifically just to look for you at
July
Nebraska
30th.
events?
Man, it's right, Keith Mann. Oh, at events? I don't know. I mean, I was at the NCAA tournament. They allowed me there, but that's basketball, Nick. I'm allowed to go to basketball.
All right, we still have dumb debates coming up. That's when we will get to ice cream and quarterbacks.
Let's go.
But coming up next, maybe this was the reason why the Patriots didn't win the Super Bowl. Because Mike Vrabel's mind was somewhere else.
This is an all-time
Wild.
topic. We all got to be on our P's and Q's with how we handle this one.
Coming up next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. here at Charles Schwab Field. John and Josh with Nick. We got dumb debates coming up. That is not in relation to this next topic. I was wondering.
Glenn Sis.
Hey, Glenn. Thanks.
Hi, Glenn.
I was wondering because I was on. What was I doing last night?
Getting ready for baseball.
I was doing some baseball prep. I had the Cubs game on.
You're playing with your Wood.
No, Woods was upstairs. He was napping.
Sleepy Wood.
And I occasionally, I'll open my Twitter window and I'll look at I'll just glance at it. And I noticed that in the trending section.
You love the things on Twitter that I just never visit.
No.
Trending and for you.
Well, no, it's in the column. It's
I know.
right there.
I never look at
right
it.
there.
Well, but I was scrolling down, and as you scroll down,
what words showed up over there?
Diana Rossini.
Okay.
And I was like, Diana Rossini. And then I just moved on with my day.
Do you know who Diana Rossini is? Did you know who she was before yesterday?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember her from ESPN. I didn't realize she was now the NFL insider, the lead NFL reporter at The Athletic.
Yes.
For some reason, I still thought she was at ESPN. Anyway, but I just moved on with my day. I was just like, I whatever.
I got prep to do. I got baseball games.
Little did I know this was the kind of prep I needed. So, New York Post, page 6, published exclusive photos at a boutique resort in Arizona showing Diana Rossini of The Athletic and Patriots coach Mike Vrabel standing out on the deck overlooking the sun and the beautiful surroundings, holding hands, and also relaxing in the hot tub together.
An SNL skit coming soon. I hope.
By the way, these two are not an item, or at least not a public item. They both are married
with children.
They both have children, especially Vrabel. I mean, his kid played for the Falcons there for a short time. So this, of course, created quite the stir.
Tay writes, my parents got married in Sedona. You don't go there casually. Hugh.
Well, that's what this says. Apparently, this place called the Ambiente in Sedona, Arizona, is a place that promotes itself. Let's see.
A place to cheat on your spouse.
Well, no, actually, it's actually a place to get engaged. The adults only Ambiente prides itself on being a romantic getaway, boasting on its website about the 158 proposals that took place there and the thousands of anniversaries and honeymoons that have been celebrated at the hotel. Mm-hmm. So this is like when Superman and Lois Lane went up to Niagara Falls.
Sure. Which one was that in?
Yeah, Superman 2.
I never saw that one.
And then he fell into the fire and then realized he didn't get burned, and that's when she realized, oh, Clark Kent, that's Superman.
That's Superman.
Superman.
Yeah.
Now, both have responded saying that we were there with friends. That they
told that to page 6, right?
That's what they told to page 6.
Because they have not put out statements about this.
That Diana Rossini was there with a couple of girlfriends, and he was there with a couple of guy friends. By the way, this was the weekend of the NFL meetings.
Yeah.
And so this was only a couple hours away from Phoenix, where the NFL meetings were taking place. But the scandal is now that, these two have been working together. By the way, their relationship relationship goes back
to Tennessee.
To when he was in Tennessee.
Yep.
Her first beat at ESPN as an NFL reporter was the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
So she's been around him. They have been friendly. According to these pictures, maybe.
Yeah, and see,
too friendly.
So here's where, and this is why I said, like, we got to be careful.
Got to be careful
because, like, I think, and I was talking about this last night with Riss, and that's not to say I was talking to a woman, so I have a bit more bona fides of having a conversation about this. But I was talking
my name's Josh. I talk to girls.
Not to brag, but I was talking about this with her, and any conversation about a media member that is a woman who covers, a predominantly male sport or an all-male sport in the case of professional football, and the idea of sleeping for scoops or any of those types of things.
Mm-hmm.
I think, that women have been accused of that for years.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that's really, really crappy, obviously. The part that makes this a bit different, I guess, first of all, I didn't know about the hotel until you read the story.
Mm-hmm.
The photos are interesting.
Very interesting.
Interlocking fingers.
Yeah.
For me, and I'm guessing for you, John, it's the one. Wasn't there one more photo of them like laying out by the pool?
Yeah.
That's like the ones where it's like that's interesting.
And this one to me feels more damning than the hot tub one.
When their fingers are interlocked.
Yeah, you don't interlock your fingers with just a good friend.
No.
You want to interlock fingers next time you guys are in studio?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Can you sit in a hot tub with other people who are friends who are the opposite sex? Absolutely. But the one we're showing now, if you're watching it on the YouTube channel, yeah, this is the one that makes it look a little bit suspect.
Yeah.
Or I should say a lot suspect.
And so, and then you take it a step further. And I was talking about this with a fellow media member last night. Diana Rossini has been putting a lot of reporting out there about A.J. Brown getting traded to the New England Patriots. And who is the coach of the New England Patriots, John? It's Mike Vrabel.
Oh.
And so all of this is obviously, at the very least, it looks bad. There's, of course, the far worse thing that it could be from a variety of standpoints, from the familial, where they're both married with kids, but also that she is one of the most high-profile reporters in the league, and he is the coach of one of the most high-profile franchises in the league who just was in the Super Bowl.
I'm not saying that you can't be friendly with someone that you're covering.
Absolutely.
But in a spot like this, you have to be extra careful.
Yeah.
Because you're showing, at the very least, whether this is a romantic thing or not, at the very least, you're showing favoritism. And you're here trying to get inside scoops from all 32. And this makes it look like, well, one team's getting a little bit more favorable coverage than the other. So you have to, I mean, it's the price you pay for being in this business. The price you pay for being in this business is, especially if you're in journalism, is you cannot get too close to your subject if your gig is fairness and impartiality. It'd be a different thing if she was the team reporter, working for the team website.
Yeah, even then it's still
dicey.
Yeah.
But when you're with an organization, oh, by the way, who's the Athletic owned by? New York Times. Right? I saw people commenting today, man, I had to give up this, and this just to be able to report on my beat at the New York Times. Even if this is totally innocent and they were there with friends, these pictures do not come across looking good for her as a reporter, just as a reporter. Now, you take the next step of, is it more than that? And are these two doing things, they're extramarital things? That takes it to an entirely different level. So even if you slide that off to the side for a moment and just look at the media ethics of it, it looks bad on its face.
For sure. Yeah. You can remove all of the scandal of it and it still looks bad. Ian writes, media members are crazy, and you got to do what you got to do. Stibb said I had to sleep with him to get the tickets to the spring game. It's rough, but it's the price I pay for access. A great deal.
By the way,
need those spring game tickets.
This isn't the first time she's been embroiled in.
I know. I didn't realize that until last night. Something with Washington, right?
Yeah. In 2015, there were allegations that she was having an affair with the GM, Scott McLuhan
of Washington.
To the point where McLuhan's wife tweeted out. This was around the time where Kirk Cousins took over for RG3, and Rossini was the one who broke that story that Kirk Cousins was getting the starting job, and the wife of Scott McLuhan tweeted out, "Pretty sure this info is coming from my husband to his new side chick, Diana."
Yikes!
She later deleted the tweet and apologized for it.
Yeah,
but the fact that she was willing to put that out there initially, it is. It's not a great look.
I'm curious to see what the fallout is from this. Different situation, but remember a few years ago, Carissa Thompson got into a bunch of hot water over something she said on a podcast with Aaron Andrews about basically making up fake quotes in her reports. And And a lot of people are like, "Oh man, she's going to lose her job," and she's still doing she's still doing the pregame show all these years later. This is different. I mean, in a way, I journalistically, which one is worse? I really don't know. One person is making up fake quotes. This, again, appearances wise, at the very least, isn't a good look. I don't know what happens here, but she is. I mean, the face of their coverage. She had a column on, I think it was on Saturdays or Sunday mornings that I read every week during the season because there was always some piece of information about something in there. And as someone who wants the Eagles to fall apart, certainly don't hate the idea of A.J. Brown getting traded. But what can I trust now? What can I trust? Who can I trust? I can trust you.
I'm glad I was not hanging out at the pool with Diana Rousseau.
Maybe. You didn't let me finish. I can trust you maybe.
No.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe they require you to hold hands with the people next to you like that.
I've never even held hands with John.
Yeah, why don't we hold hands,
why would
guys?
we hold hands anyway?
Let's hold hands next time. We can do a big triangle.
I don't know where that
hand
damn
over.
hand has been.
I washed it last time I was in the bathroom.
I do know where that hand has been.
Typing.
I don't want to know what's on that hand.
No, this is a left hand. I'm a righty, John.
Do you use the dude wipes?
Hey, boys, how's your butt?
Don't flush them.
Coming up next, ice cream and quarterbacks. That's what Oregon does.
Let's go.
In dumb debates. Live from Charles Schwab Field on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks. Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mainly debate.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
What are you giggling about over there, John?
Giggles.
I just saw Jed's tweet.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to Dumb Debates, everybody. It's the Wednesday tradition where you get to take over the grum by asking us the most important questions.
Yours.
And use the hashtag Dumb Debates when you send it to us in the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, or email your Dumb Debates, Equitable Bank Zone inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. I want to start today with one that I saw. You know, I've said many times, hey, wherever you are, you can always send us your dumb debates. You could be at work. You could be, at your kid's, parent-teacher conference and you're not paying attention, which is what most parents didn't do.
Wow.
Or you could be on the toilet. And that's where I was last night when I saw this video from Oregon football. This is Oregon football's quarterbacks coach.
Okay.
He's Hawaiian. I probably will mispronounce it. Koa Ka'ai. K-A-apostrophe-A-I. Ka'ai. He is the quarterbacks coach at Oregon. He is the new quarterbacks coach and still your new quarterbacks coach for former Nebraska quarterback Dylan Raiola.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what he had to say yesterday as part of their spring preview, as their spring football is just getting underway, about an important question he asks every one of his quarterbacks that he is recruiting.
Like, I ask him a question like this all the time. Hey, do you like chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream? Okay, the minute a kid...
It's a video here.
Like, I ask him a question like this all the time. Hey, do you like chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream? Okay, the minute a kid pauses, I don't really want that kid, right? Because you need to have some type of conviction, right, wrong, or indifferent. Okay, so whether you like chocolate or you like vanilla, I don't really care. But if you sit there and say, coach, I don't know. Is it melted? Is it not? What's the brand? So on and so forth. Like, what is this kid going to do on third down in front of 110,000? He's probably going to think about it more than he should. He's not going to have conviction, right? So it's, like I just said, long-winded, I understand, but it's the mental aspect is really what we're after.
Okay, so what's the dumb debates question, first of all?
Well, first question is chocolate or vanilla?
Vanilla.
Nick?
Vanilla.
Chocolate. Wrong answer.
No, vanilla is more diverse. You can do different things with it.
That's true.
I don't like adding things
the vanilla's more diverse.
In ice cream, John, we're not talking about people. I don't like adding different toppings and stuff usually to chocolate ice cream. I feel like you can do it better with vanilla.
But
is it melted? Who asks that question?
But it is important to know what kind it is. What if you're, like, for example, all right, if it's just straight out of the box, yeah, like you're getting it from the grocery store or the bucket or whatever container you get it in, I want chocolate. But if I go to Dairy Queen, I want vanilla.
So you'd be a bad quarterback.
Yeah,
then,
you don't have enough
like,
conviction,
is it from
John.
Dairy Queen or is it from McDonald's?
No,
What kind of ice cream
it's
is
an
it?
important question. Then this is the problem. I get what he's trying to do about being,
you're anti this coach. I thought you would love this guy.
Trying to be decisive. But seriously, we're going to use ice cream as our judge because it is a dependent question. just like, is it? There's a lot of variables out there in defensive coverages too.
Is it melted? I don't understand that question.
Well, I don't usually ask if it's melted.
Is it melted? Hey, honey, do you want ice cream? Is it melted? No, then it's not ice cream. It's soup.
Well, what's a milkshake then?
Well, milkshake's a milkshake.
Don't ask that question to the Oregon coach.
No,
Nick.
no.
He would throw a football at your face like Mr. Casey.
I'm not. I mean, again, I get what he's going for here by saying he wants a decisive quarterback.
Sure.
But
he's being a huge dork.
But I don't think that is going to be a great guide to tell you how he is in a game situation. It's one thing. I mean, you mean to tell me, Coach, that if you got a quarterback, let's say you take the quarterback out for a nice seafood buffet dinner.
Hell yeah.
And that quarterback is deciding, ooh, should I get an extra crab leg or should I get some scallops? And they're out there. Are you telling me if he's taking his time trying to decide, you're like, nope, I'm out on this guy. He can't make a decision.
Not enough conviction.
About his damn food.
So what he should have asked Dylan is what his favorite constellation was. So all the time he's spending looking
Oh, because he looks at the outer
because of all the times he got sacked in the Minnesota game. That's the joke.
He got sacked.
I wonder what Dylan answered to this question.
Great question. You
know what would have been funny? We would have said Sherbert.
Hey, if
that famously when the very first time I interviewed Mike Leach, he was coming off the practice field, and we did the pregame interview before one of the Texas Tech games. And
was it an 0-1?
And it was such a classic Mike Leach interview. It was, hey, Coach, how you doing? He said, yeah, we're just coming off the practice field, and we always have ice cream on Thursday. And so that was just like the door was wide open, and I said, Coach, what's your favorite kind of ice cream? I'm not really a big ice cream guy. I like sherbet.
Hey,
Mike Leach wouldn't have been a good quarterback for this dude.
R.I.P.
Shout out to him
R.I.P.
for
to the
understanding that sherbet isn't ice cream.
That's true.
From Rick. Now, we're all going to have to figure out this one together.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Here we go. My dumb debate that I have every time I see my sister's dog humping its stuffed animal.
Not while I'm drinking.
I know. I realize that as you're pulling it up. Humping its stuffed animal when the dog is a female, and she sits there and encourages it. And this is his sister now. Get it, Zoe. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. That is so wrong, in my opinion. That dog is screwed.
Hang on a sec. Hold on.
What's the dumb debate?
Should you encourage your dog to hump things? Is that the question?
Also, I think the other dog's the one who's screwed. Hey-oh!
Nice.
So it's his
Talk
dog.
about screwing the pooch.
His dog is humping his sister's
dog is humping a stuffed animal.
Oh,
but the dog is a female.
It's a dominance thing. The humping, all dogs hump. It's for dominance.
Dogs are allowed to hump. Come on.
Wrigley never did.
Dogs are allowed to hump.
Wrigley never did.
Clearly, you have a non-dominant dog, John.
Yeah.
Well, she is
beta Riggs.
Beta dog.
She is very passive. Yes, that's true. She's not very aggressive. I didn't think female dogs did that.
Yeah, like it's all about dominance. It's not a pleasure thing, I don't think.
It's okay. Who was this? Rick? Rick, it's okay. Dogs are allowed. Let the dogs be.
Let the dogs hump.
Wherever they be, they be.
I've always wondered if the toy feels violated at the end of it.
Well, if it's Toy Story. They never did that plot in Toy Story.
They should have.
They should. Maybe it's going to be in Toy Story 5. That would be great.
Toy Story 5, the humping.
Tay asks on Twitter, on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, by the way, our great Twitter feed. What is the more sinister plain snack? An overripe banana and the peel never gets tossed, or cracking open a bag of beef jerky? That thing is definitely going to be stanky.
What was the first one again?
An overripe banana that never, and the peel never gets tossed.
I'm going to go with banana because at least jerky, it has its own container. But the banana, you have the, where you just the peel.
You're throwing it on the floor, apparently.
Well, not on the plane. Usually, I mean, most.
But in this scenario,
you are you going to hold on to the peel until the plane lands? Either way, you're stuck with the peel.
Well, no,
maybe you stuff it in the pouch.
The stewardess
put it in the barf
bring
bag.
by the garbage. Don't you guys?
This is a question, John. We can't just make new rules to the dumb debate question. You have to follow the question.
I understand that, but what kind of a plane are you on where they don't even come to collect your garbage?
Maybe it's a garbage. It's a garbage plane.
What is this? Bob's House of Cheap Airlines or something?
It might be. What's that one?
No
that's
garbage.
Frontier, I believe.
Is this the one that serves the warm chocolate chip cookies?
No, Frontier is the one where like everything costs everything. It's like the flight is cheap, but it's like you want to bring a sock onto the plane, you got to spend like $10. I mean, a banana peel just chilling in the plane is gross.
Overripe banana.
It's gross, but does
it
really
have a smell, though?
I don't know if it does. I think the beef jerky has more of a tendency to have a smell.
Yeah, that will waft.
I think banana peels have smells.
It's like you ever go on a road trip and someone in the car has the beef jerky. It
They
takes up
do
the
if
whole
they're
car.
sitting, if they've been sitting out too long.
That's
I'm
what they
gonna
said.
go
It's
the
an
beef
overripe
jerky.
banana.
I'm gonna go beef jerky.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to have more of a smell. The banana peel just be like, that's nasty.
And if
What are
it's
you doing?
overripe, there's a good chance the person couldn't get the damn banana out of there anyway. It's all mushy.
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 Very, very mushy.
Where is that?
Also, they're too mushy.
Speaking of feud,
Okay.
I saw this in the YouTube comments section.
Okay.
From Wood Africa.
What up?
This is Masters Week.
Yeah.
Just had his champions dinner.
Okay.
What does your champions dinner look like?
Oh, great question.
What does your champions dinner? You won the Masters. The next year you come back in April. Tiger's not there because he's in the drunk tank. Phil's not there because he probably swindled somebody out of their stocks. But all the other
Diana
champions,
Rossini and Mike Vrabel are there together.
now they're there together and they're holding hands in the corner very awkwardly. What is your champions dinner?
How many items? What do we want to do?
Well, usually they have an appetizer. There's a
Appetizer.
salad.
Entree.
There's a couple of there's at least 2 or 3 entree options.
Okay.
And then there's a dessert.
Okay.
So let's start with
The appetizer.
appetizer.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Parmesan encrusted mozzarella sticks
Ooh, that sounds good.
and marinara sauce.
Okay.
A nice spicy marinara with the mozzarella sticks.
I don't care about like how heavy the food is, so I'm just going to go with what I'd want. A nice basket of fried pickles
Nice.
with a side of ranch. I love fried pickles.
Fried
That's
pickles
a
are
great
good.
It's my favorite appetizer.
Pickle spears or pickle chips?
People seem to like the chips more, even though I'm a Spears guy. So I'll go chips to be kind to everybody. Easier
Really?
to dip and they cool down faster. The
Hmm.
Spears do really retain heat, which is a problem.
Mhm.
They do, and you get more of the pickle taste.
Yeah. So I'll go with the
Because
chips.
sometimes the chips it's too breading forward.
Yeah. But I'll go with the chips, and they got to be fried right so they're nice and crunchy. Nick, what's your appetizer?
Bacon cheddar potato skins with ranch.
That sounds delicious.
All right, so there's the appetizer.
Mhm.
Okay.
Now we got the salad.
Do they do a specific type of salad?
Well, yeah.
Okay. My favorite is a Caesar, so I'll just go with a classic Caesar on a chilled plate. Very nice when you go to a restaurant with a chilled plate for the salad.
I like the. I mean, that's not a bad choice. I like
Thank
a
you.
good Caesar salad, but I like the salads like they serve at Texas Roadhouse, where it's it's the iceberg lettuce. But I do some mixed greens. I'd
Hell
mix it
yeah.
up a little bit, a little
Romaine.
spinach in there, a little romaine in there, a
Oh,
little
yeah.
iceberg in there.
Yeah.
Some of that funky lettuce, whatever they call that funky lettuce.
Funky lettuce.
And
That's what
and
they
it's
call
got it's got the eggs, the chopped eggs in it, the hard boiled eggs in it. Love that.
Yeah.
The
Mhm.
croutons, some bacon bits.
Oh man, I
and
want to eat your salad.
and a choice of dressings. Well,
Oh, that's
for
very
the-
kind of
for
you.
the children, the ranch.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna have a nice a vinaigrette. I'm gonna have an Italian and some Dorothy Lynch.
Classic.
Oh.
I figured we'd have to
You
have some
gotta
Nebraska.
bring some
Oh.
Dorothy Lynch to the
Very
party.
kind of you. Nick,
Yeah.
what's
So-
yours?
I'm bouncing between two things. One is like a nice fresh salad with like spinach and apples and a nice vinaigrette, maybe some nuts. The other is apple Snickers salad because that is a salad.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's a church potluck staple. It's just whipped cream and apples and Snickers
No
in a
wonder
bowl.
you stopped going to church, Nick.
I think marshmallows are in there too.
I'm just a Phil says, I'm just a Phil. Charred fried pickles are goated. Charred fried pickles are incredible. Those are Spears. You know what? I'm switching. I'm going Spears. Screw the haters. We're a Spears family now.
All right, so entree.
This is a hard one.
I mean, there's going to be a nice Nebraska corn-fed ribeye.
Yeah, I was thinking ribeye as well.
With hash browns, nice crispy hash browns, or maybe nice crispy hash browns with some white gravy. Gotta have some gravy. Let's see, and let's go with a sautéed vegetable plate. It's got a little bit of squash in it, little bit of bell green and red and yellow bell pepper in it, some onion, maybe some chopped asparagus in there. Nice little mixed vegetable, but kind of an exotic mixed vegetable.
I like it. I'm going.
And then for for alternate sides,
fries for the children.
Well, fries for the children, and like a chicken breast or something.
Baymont says, "Can I just get wings for every course? A flight of wings, if you will." Not a bad idea. I'm going to be with John here. I'm going ribeye. I'm going to go bacon cheddar, mashed potatoes, and then roasted Brussels sprouts to finish the job. And then if you don't want that, then sorry, you can have a burger.
You can have a burger.
You can have a burger.
I'm going to go with a nice, thick Iowa chop. Delicious, with some saffron rice and
Classic Nick.
Either broccoli or asparagus. I think I'm leaning more asparagus.
Nice. Get that pea stinking later on at
Mhm.
night. All right, dessert. Ice cream, to go back to the question to start. Ice cream with a freshly baked chocolate chip cookie.
The diverse vanilla?
Of course.
Or the segregationist chocolate.
Either or, but you have to make a decision faster. The Oregon coach is going to come and punch you in the face. Ice cream with a chocolate chip cookie garnished in there. A freshly baked one, though, so it's nice and warm.
Now, normally I would not pick this, but because we're in Georgia, Georgia is known for a couple of things. So I'm going to
racism.
Chocolate ice cream.
The Confederacy.
I'm going to go with a choice. You can either have a Georgia peach pie or a Georgia pecan pie.
Bummer.
Ugh.
You're going to love my dessert. I guarantee.
Eat his pie, Josh. Eat his pie.
I don't think I will, Nick.
I'm going to go with a nice brownie a la mode, like a really thick, chunky-ass chocolate brownie. It's really warm. Put some of that vanilla ice cream on the top, the diverse vanilla ice cream, vanilla bean.
That was a fun question.
It was.
That was a fun question. Well done.
Here's a dumb question for Brian in Bellevue.
Great.
A dumb one in a fun way. What is the difference between partly cloudy and partly sunny? Is it not the same thing?
I believe it or not, I think there is a technical term.
I believe partly cloudy is there is more blue sky, essentially, than there are clouds. And partly sunny is there are more clouds than there are blue skies / the sun, right? Isn't that what it is?
According to the National Weather Service.
Shout out.
What is the difference between partly sunny and partly cloudy? The forecast as written, blah, 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 blah. Let's see.
Wow, they wrote out the word blah that many times.
Blah, blah,
There's so much stuff
I
here.
mean, they did get defunded, I guess.
A forecast of partly cloudy or partly sunny is made when between 3/10 and 6/10 of the sky is to be covered with clouds.
Now,
so
what is
partly cloudy would be on the 6/10 side,
partly
and
sunny.
partly sunny would be on the 3/10.
So
okay, so
side.
it is more. Okay, if it's
So
partly
like right
cloudy,
now-
it's
so
more.
So what would you call this? So we're looking out right now.
It's partly
And-
cloudy.
I'd say this is partly cloudy because look, we got sunlight coming down onto the field.
Well, but then my question is, how much of the sky are we looking at?
Yeah,
are we just
thank
looking
you.
at the sky right above us, or are we looking way out there on the horizon? Because way out there on the
Yeah, I
horizon
feel like
over there
it's-
in Iowa, it looks like it's mostly
I feel
cloudy.
like it's mostly above us is what we're kind of looking at, right?
Because I mean, that was my question too. What are the borders of the sky that we're looking at? If it's like
Right.
3/4, but where does the sky end?
Yeah.
I mean, very good questions.
I mean, the
guys.
sky is basically infinity.
Yeah, these are all great questions. The sky is infinity. 'Cause
Wow.
it's outer space.
That's
Right.
deep.
Dang, that is deep.
And not part of the earth.
And not
As
part
as
of
we
the-
argued about in Dumb Debates
and
a
not
couple
part
of
of the
weeks ago.
earth.
So there we got an actual answer.
We gave you a real answer.
instead of a typical program dumb answer.
I have one.
All right.
You are landing on the moon, Josh. You're actually on the moon. You're going to the moon. You have
Better than
gotten
the
there.
astronauts that are in
man.
space right
Good
now.
thing Greg McElroy isn't on this show.
You are, for some reason, the first person in over 50 years, to step foot on the moon.
Okay.
What do you say to mark this historic occasion?
Ooh, do you have a...
Is it melted? Oh, man, I don't know, Nick. That's a tough question. What do you say when you step on the moon? What if it's just like, we're back? That's my personality. The United States is back, folks. We did it again. That's what I would do in your voice. They have done it again. They have done it again.
You know what I might do?
What?
I might like when I
says, "Daddy's home." Lick, lick, lick.
I step off the lander.
Hey,
I hit
home.
the
Lick,
ground,
lick, lick.
and you see my face on the camera, see my helmet turn on the camera, and I go, "Oh, bleep!" And then I unplug the camera and make it feel like something bad's happened, or like there's an alien there.
I like it.
Or maybe something like
that green screen is huge.
I think mine would be short, sweet. I'd just be like, nice.
Hey, there you go. That would
Mike.
be nice.
Oh no!
Actually, you know what? If I
look over there.
If I wasn't,
what is that?
If I wasn't going to try to fool somebody just to trigger the Husker fans, I would go, Jays win.
Oh!
Jays win.
Josh, how about you step foot on the moon? Welcome to Earth.
Welcome to Earth.
Welcome to the Big East, the moon. That's what John
Welcome
can say.
to the Big East,
Welcome to
the moon.
Big East, the moon.
That's another one I could do.
That'll
be my tweet from outer space.
Yes. Tony says, I would say something like, "We're back, bitch." Ian, if it were a rule that a team had to use an alumnus as a coach, how would the college football landscape look different?
So you have to use an alumnus as a coach.
Yep.
Wow.
We saw what happened with Nebraska.
First question would be, who the hell would Nebraska's coach be if like today they passed a rule that said
you had to do it?
You have to do it. So Matt Rule is out.
Ndamukong Suh.
Got to go to Penn. Matt Rule's got to go back to Penn State.
They would try immediately for Zach Taylor because he is a head coach right now and he's an alumnus.
True. That is
he
true.
would probably say no. Who is next? Who has coaching experience that is a former football player at Nebraska?
Mike Minner.
That is a good one.
Mike Minner.
Because, Turner Gill's out of the game now.
Yeah, Turner's out of the game now.
Okay.
I'd go Mike Minner. That's the first one that comes to my mind.
Okay.
I
mean, look, so then I just started thinking of good coaches who have won championships, and I know that they played. And, obviously Jim Harbaugh, you need to find those types of coaches for all these schools. Here's one. West Virginia would have been incredible. No, wait. No, never mind. Kent State would have been incredible because Nick Saban went to Kent State. Yeah, he was from West Virginia, but he went to Kent State.
Imagine all those MAC championships he would win but never get to the playoff because they never invite him.
I feel like you're overlooking a pretty easy slam dunk one.
Who's that?
Dominic Raiola.
Dominic Raiola. But he's not a coach, Nick. He's not a coach.
He could be.
He's just a helicopter parent.
Yeah, he is.
They could make him coach.
He is definitely that. It's because Sicilian just brought up the Rock in Miami. Yeah, they have an alumnus right now. But Ian said, how would college football history change? Who would benefit the most?
I mean,
the cradle of coaches. I mean, the Youngstown, right?
None of Nebraska's legendary coaches were alums.
Nope.
None of them. Even going back to pre-World War I.
I know who. I got one for you that would be a really good coach, not at Nebraska. Nick's Iowa Hawkeyes. Bob Stoops.
Go Hawks.
I mean, Solich is the
Bielema.
only one. Yeah. Solich is the only, of a Nebraska alum who actually was worth a damn.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, boy. Yeah, the history would be very changed.
Much different.
Because I'm trying to think of
much different.
I'm trying to think of the greatest alum to come back to his school and coach.
I mean, it's Harbaugh won a natty, so I think it is him.
Well, it's got to be more than that, right?
I don't know. I mean, a national championship.
No, but I'm just thinking historically.
Wait, are you thinking of the best player that then came back as their coach?
I'm thinking of who is the best alum to ever coach at their school.
I have an answer. It's Steve Spurrier. He won a Heisman and a national championship.
Yeah.
So I mean, he peaked as not a peak, but he had the highest honor as a player, and he won a national championship.
It's Bear Bryant.
It's Bear Bryant. When Mama calls, you got to come home.
Mama called, and Bear came home. It's Bear Bryant. Bear Bryant is the best. But most of the great ones were not alums of the school that they ended up coaching.
That is true. That is true.
That's a good question.
I had one more if anybody else did. Jeff said, we've done this before, but it's always fun to tackle it. Simple question. Jeff in Omaha. Could the Omaha market sustain and fully support an expansion NBA or NHL franchise long term? I say no. We are unmatched with supporting big events like the College World Series swim trials or NCAA tournaments, but would we sell out a 41-game NHL or NBA schedule year after year? What do you think?
I've
always thought that we would do extremely well.
I think Omaha could support it. The reason it won't happen is because it's not a big enough television market.
Yeah, which is wild because Oklahoma City is not that much bigger than Omaha. But theirs was different. They had to support the artist formerly known as the Hornets for a little bit during Hurricane Katrina, and they showed that they could support it.
Yes.
And then the guy bought the Sonics and moved
I have always said of the two sports that hockey would do better than basketball because we already have we have a good basketball product in this state, especially now.
Products, yeah.
And I think this market, when it comes to its football and its basketball, is far more college pilled than professionally pilled. Whereas with hockey fans just love hockey. They don't give a damn if it's college, if it's high school, if it's junior hockey, if it's the pros. I think an NHL team would do better over the long haul in terms of support than an NBA team.
I think both of them honestly would be huge hits. I think you're probably right. I will say this: if either of them happened, it would be to the detriment of the college or lower level hockey or the college basketball, just like it's been in Oklahoma.
Sure it would.
Those programs have taken massive steps backwards since the Thunder showed up.
It would also mean my feet would get cold during basketball games because they'd have to put the ice back down again.
By the way, last minute, Timothy brings up Kirby Smart, Georgia. He is an alum.
Oh, he is an alum.
He is an alum, and he has two
Bear
national
Bryant,
championships.
Bear's
got, 6 or 7?
As a modern-day answer, that's probably your answer.
Yep.
As the historic answer, the easy response is Paul.
Jordan writes,
Bear
long live
Bryant.
the Gretna testicles. Indeed.
Yeah, the Gretna testicles really would have done well.
They would have been amazing,
They
John.
would have been so good.
They would have been amazing.
All right. There it is, dumb debates. Don't forget, you can send us your dumb debates anytime. If you're like me and you were on the toilet this morning, just fire off a text. You're looking at your phone during
Always.
that anyway.
Always.
So why not?
Indeed.
All right.
Oh, it's Glenn again.
It is Glenn again.
What up, Glenn?
Baseball's coming up in just a moment. Thank you. You can have that. When we come back, yes, we have a lineup change that I'm aware of. Yes.
Content is what we have when we come back.
Oh, yeah. Content is coming up next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Like content
How about that fight in Major League Baseball?
for some unsportsmanlike content.
How about that fight in Major League Baseball last night? Give me your thoughts.
I just happened to turn over to this game from the Phillies Giants game, which was turning into a blowout, just as this fight was occurring. So it was like serendipity. It was like God wanted me to see Reynaldo Lopez and Jorge Soler go at it. Now, what happened was Soler had hit a home run earlier. He was having a really good game. And it was weird because Lopez throws a fastball. It's a high fastball. It's kind of close, but not that close. But on the same play, a guy was stealing second, so there was a throw to second. The Braves broadcast is showing the replay, and then all of a sudden, Brandon Gaudin, the play-by-play guy, says, oh, we got Soler's charging him out. And Soler comes out, and they throw a couple of punches. Neither one of them connect, which was too bad because it would have been a better fight that way. And both guys were ejected. Lopez was ejected. Soler was ejected. But it was weird because it was a delayed reaction.
Very delayed. As you mentioned, like you see the play happen live. They go did they show one or two replays, and it was the second replay that the fight finally started? Because like I missed it live, but I just saw all these tweets about it. And so I was like, all right, let's see if I can find this bad boy. And it took a lot longer to get going than I expected it to because of the throw to second and all of those types of things. Not too bad, I wanted maybe John, I was overhyped a little bit because of all the stuff. I thought that a couple more punches were going to be landed. Baseball fights are hard because everyone's just moving, backing up and moving, and it's not in a ring. Maybe when there's a fight in the future, they need to put them into a ring so then the guys can't just kind of run around and escape everywhere.
Well, a couple of things. Number one, I mean, there's a pass because Soler played with the Braves when they won the World Series. He's a very emotional player. Walt Weiss, the manager, is very familiar with him. And by the way, Walt Weiss may be the best equipped manager in all of baseball to handle this because the guy is like he takes judo. He's pretty adept at self-defense. So that probably the wrong team to go after in that spot. But the other part of it too is I think WWE needs some of these dudes because you see it all the time in wrestling where two guys are going out and they bring all the people out from the back and they separate them. And then somehow magically one guy comes out of the pile and jumps into the other pile. There was none of that last night. So apparently WWE needs some Braves and Angels to be better, to separate, fighting combatants because then you won't get those break aparts. But thankfully, no injuries. Both guys were ejected. Braves go on to win. All is well, at least for now.
Speaking of taking a crack at somebody, check out this fan's pursuit of a foul ball in Tampa.
So last night, a Cub hits a foul ball into the right field stands, and here's what happened.
Fly ball down the right side, and it'll twist off foul.
Glad to show that on the 1620 The Zone YouTube channel, Nick. What do you feel about naked butts?
Whoa! So
I mean, we're gonna get dinged for showing the video anyway. So
the guy, the guy's pants come down as he's twisting back for the.
One of my friends in the group chat last night put it best, John.
Okay,
Good Lord.
you have to isolate it, John.
All right, see you later.
What are you doing?
What do you mean?
I don't think we're allowed to show asses on the video.
It's a butt crack.
One of my friends put it really well. He goes, if you have any concern about your pants falling down, you should never chase after a foul ball.
Yeah.
I very much agree with my friend there. That's tough. Very, very tough.
Which hole is that in the Masters?
Great question, Nick. He said, which hole is that in the Masters?
The 19th.
Poor guy. He's a meme now.
He is.
He's a big meme.
Well, if he was a Tampa fan, his team was like ass last night. They lost 9-2.
Nice. Following in the lead of the Mariners and Brewers, the Pirates locked up their top prospect, shortstop Connor Griffin, to a 9-year, $140 million contract. This comes a week after his major league debut. Have the small market teams discovered a way to keep their best at home?
So we had this happen last week. We talked about it with Farron. The Mariners locked down one of their top guys. The Brewers knocked down one of their top guys for multi-year deals. But this one goes above and beyond, because I think the one the Mariners gave out was like $80 or $90 million for 8 years. This is 9 years, $140 million for a guy who has just started playing Major League Baseball. Oh, by the way, this is also the biggest contract in the history of the Pirates.
Wow.
And it's given out to a rookie. But
why haven't they given Paul Skeens one this big?
Well, because Skeens is probably
going to leave.
Because Skeens knows. But this has kind of become the new thing now, is to lock up your biggest prospects for a long-term deal. And if you notice, it's all these small market franchises. The other thing that's interesting about this is now with the Mariners and the Brewers, their guys hadn't made their major league debuts yet. This kid has just made his major league debut. And because of that, the Pirates could get a first-round draft pick through the prospect promotion incentive if Griffin wins Rookie of the Year or this year, or finishes top 3 of the MVP voting in each of the next 3 years. The Pirates could get a first-round pick as well.
Wow.
For this. So, I mean, for a franchise that has just been, in the Pichadou for the last 30 years, they might actually be doing something right. Now, of course, the chance you're taking is, well, what if this guy ends up being a bust?
I was going to say, what if he sucks?
They're banking on the fact that this guy's going to be everything that they're expecting of him. So lock him down now so that at least you get something, out of him during his prime years of his playing career.
It'll be interesting to see, like Nick asked at the beginning of the question, is this like the way of the future for some of these franchises? I mean, this is crazy. I can't imagine. People always talk, John, about like high school recruiting and promising millions of dollars to a guy in college football that's never done anything. Like, this is akin to that, given it's a 9-year deal. We're not just talking about a 1-year, NIL contract worth a couple $1 million. This is hundreds of millions, and it's a lot of years. So be interesting to follow along. I wonder if this will become more of the norm, or if it goes poorly, will we look back and say, yikes, why did they do that?
This is a long one, so get ready for me to stumble. Fox has brought back the rights to this December's Big Ten championship game from NBC, who has been wanting to sell it. But NBC only had it in the first place because Kevin Warren awarded it to them when he negotiated the TV deal, ignoring a clause in the contract that he had to have Fox's blessing. So Fox has the game back, though they are paying out $10 million more than they would have if Warren had heeded to the rules in the contract. Does this make any sense?
It does, because NBC is losing money right now on the NBA, so they need to make some money back. They've been shopping this around. They were actually looking to sell it to a streamer originally. I believe Amazon was among the streamers, maybe Netflix, and they were hoping for closer to $100 million for this game. Obviously, it's not worth that much money. I mean, your dog agrees with us, John. Odd that their dog are at the
There's dogs at the ballpark today.
I know,
bring your dog to the ballpark. I brought Wrigley to the ballpark.
Your dog is in Creighton's dogs. Anyway, back to the question at hand. No, it does, because they need to make money. It's also confusing, though, and I mean, the way that Nick read the question, it's very strange that something like this were to happen, but that's what happens in 2026 now.
But it was an accident. NBC shouldn't have had this game if Kevin Warren had paid attention to the details in the contract. Then he awards NBC their big deal and says, "Oh, by the way, you get this game." And so they had to do some horse trading. And all of a sudden now Fox has to buy this thing back. Wrigley is very upset.
Wrigley hates Kevin Warren.
She doesn't like him either. Nobody likes Kevin Warren. But congrats. But here's the big story.
Okay.
We get Gus again for a Big Ten championship game. Isn't that wonderful?
Ha ha. It's my Gus Johnson impression. After leading Boston most of the game last night, Charlotte fell to the Celtics 113-102. Is it too early to expect Charlotte to do anything interesting in the postseason?
No, I don't think so. I think this is your preview of your Eastern Conference Finals.
Really?
Oh, absolutely. Of course they are. No, in all seriousness, this is a great young team. You've got Knuppel and Ball, and they all had big games last night.
Kalkbrenner.
Kalk only had 4 points last night, but he's coming off the bench right now. But this is a good young team. The Hornets will be one of those dangerous teams. Not saying they're going to win in the playoffs, but would it surprise me if they upset somebody in the first round? Not necessarily. So what would the
matchup be right now?
Yeah, what's currently the bracket?
They're in the play-in game, and so they could play some if they make it in, they could play some combination of Detroit, who is the top seed, or the Celtics. Those are the most likely teams that they would play in the first round. I'll say this: I don't think that they can beat the Celtics in a best of 7. Not yet, at least. They're too young. Could they beat the Pistons, though? I mean, the Pistons are going to be an interesting team because they're going to be the 1 seed, and they're very, very impressive. But they're also young, and I have questions about them. They have not won a playoff series as well, right? They lost last year to the Knicks in the first round of the playoffs. So I think Charlotte could do something. I think they could push the series maybe to 6 games or 7, but I don't think that they're going to be able to win a series just yet.
Right now, I mean, you got a heck of a race because the play-in teams, the 4 play-in teams, are all within 2 games essentially of fifth place. Top 6, of course, don't have to be in a play-in game. So put it on the list. The Hornets will not be in a play-in game. They are going to finish inside of the top 6, and they will not be in a play-in game.
Wow. I did not think that we would get a question or a list item like that. The NBA on April 8th. Let's go.
Also, John having NBA takes is still throwing me off. I don't like it.
He knows ball.
Gino Auriemma has officially, close enough, reached out to apologize to Don Staley for his actions at the end of their Final Four game last Friday. I apologize to Don, her staff, and her team. I've lost more games in the Final Four than any coach in history. But Friday, I lost something more important. I lost myself. Does this end the conflict?
I mean, I think between them, yes, there will be no more conversations. I think she has said something like it's time to move on, moving forward. So this will, it'll fall by the wayside over the course of the offseason. We of course, John, if they play, we know what's going to happen. It will be a big talking point, whether it is, I don't know if they're playing in the regular season, but certainly in the Final Four. I don't know if I've ever seen, I'm sure it's happened before, but 2 statements about the same thing, 2 apologies about the same thing from one guy.
Well, it's because he didn't really apologize in the first one and didn't mention her by name. He was just kind of like, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, will we talk about it anymore moving forward? No. Let's see, though, if they meet in the NCAA tournament next year, and I imagine that people will have many opinions.
Ben Solak of ESPN did a mock draft today, but only for teams drafting QBs. In the 4th round, he had my Dolphins taking Drew Aller from Penn State. The following round, Josh's Cowboys taking Carson Beck from Miami and Georgia. John's Rams didn't take a QB. How should we feel about those picks if they were to come?
Nick, I don't think that we should feel very good at all. Drew Aller, I thought, was incredibly overrated. He was never anything special for Penn State. I always hated watching him play. And Carson Beck, dude, that guy annoys the hell out of me. And I also don't think that he is that great. I know that he took Miami to a national championship. He obviously had success at Georgia as well. I've never really thought that, though, that was based off of him. I think that those are the teams around him. So, no. Thumbs down from your boy on the potential of adding Carson Beck to the Dallas Cowboys. Put him on the Rams. Send another garbage Georgia quarterback to the Rams, and then he'll disappear for months at a time, just like Stetson Bennett did.
Yeah, garbage quarterback from Georgia, like the reigning MVP of your National Football League and still your National Football League. I'm just glad that they didn't have the Rams taking anyone particularly high. Wrigley agrees.
Yep.
So I'm still going to be fascinated to see what the Rams eventually do in the aftermath when and if we see the retirement of Matthew Stafford. But it's not going to happen this year. This is a good draft not to take a quarterback.
which is unfortunate because the Dolphins need a quarterback. Let me try to spin zone Drew Aller to the Dolphins quick.
All right.
Jeff Hafley, defensive guy. Drew Aller played in the Big Ten. Big Ten, big on defense. So maybe his experience in the Big Ten will work well with whatever Hafley's trying to do.
Okay. That is quite the spin zone, Nick.
It was a spin zone for sure.
Drew Aller would not be anything more than a clipboard holder, if that, in the National Football League.
Just let me hope. Speaking of mocking,
it's just a mock. It doesn't mean they're actually going to do it.
Also, it's interesting that Nick says, please let me hope, when Husker fans hope and he yells at them and calls them imbeciles.
I only yell at them and call them imbeciles when they look at the schedule and think they're going to win 8 games.
You're looking at Drew Aller and you're thinking he could be good. That's stupid.
I'm looking at him and thinking that maybe he won't be terrible. There's a difference. Speaking of mocking the draft, what do we think of Peter Schrager's latest first-round mock from ESPN?
No real surprises at the beginning, but if you scroll down the list, by the way, he's got Jeremiah Love going to the Tennessee Titans. But if you scroll down the list, the Dolphins taking Carnell Tate at Ohio State. Ohio State wide receivers have been pretty good picks in the National Football League.
I love the Cowboys pick, John. Caleb Downs.
I didn't realize our teams picked consecutively. Dolphins at 11, Cowboys at 12, Rams at 13. Here's what they wrote about Caleb Downs at Ohio State. Buckeyes defensive coordinator Matt Patricia told me on the Schrager Hour that Downs will be the smartest player on whichever team drafts him and should be the face of the franchise. I mean, being the smartest player on the Cowboys, I mean, that's such a low bar to clear. Caleb Downs could fall asleep and be the smartest player on the team. That would be a good pick. I would actually like to see Caleb Downs as a Ram. And then he's got Mekhi Lemon, the wide receiver at USC, going to the Rams. I'm very with the Rams going so strong defensively in free agency. I'm really interested to see what they do at 13. People think it's either going to be Lemon or Kenyon Sadiq, who Schrager has going in the very next pick to the Ravens from Oregon. I mean, the Rams have 18 tight ends as it is. Not that they couldn't use a Kenyon Sadiq. I'm really interested to see what happens with that pick, but I think these are all good picks for our teams.
Yeah, I love the Caleb Downs pick. That'd be ridiculous. He also has Dallas at the 20th pick, taking Akeem Messidor from Miami. That would fill a couple of needs, safety and edge. I mean, that's an A+ first round for the Cowboys if it happens. Schrager, I hope you're right.
Do you really want a guy named Lemon on your team, though?
What if he's a lemon? Good call, Nick.
What I'm saying. No, John didn't have any takes.
Wrigley's got takes.
Finally, Creighton takes on NDSU tonight in a game that's just minutes away from happening. It's so close. The wind is a-blowing. Look out the window right now. Check out all the wind. Will it mean more runs or more defense tonight?
I mean, the winds will be a little brisk, but they were brisk last week for the Nebraska game, and that wasn't like this huge offensive explosion. It was only 6-5, so it'll probably be somewhere in that same range tonight. I don't expect to see balls flying out of the yard.
No, the wind's going to knock the balls down. It's very windy today. Very windy. It's great being back in the ballpark with you, John. I'm having a great time.
It certainly is, and Bark at the Park has been a great success. We'll be back, and What's for Dinner to wrap up the Grum coming up right here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I mean, it's ballpark food night, which just makes me. Oh, it's fine. I mean, ballpark food is great, but I just wish that all sports teams would do a Masters concessions promo where everything is priced like the Masters concessions, which are famously super duper cheap. I mean, I could spend $3 and get 2 pimento cheese sandwiches. It's just amazing.
Yeah, I saw a couple things making their way around the internet over the last couple of days, and the responses from people who don't realize that the Masters food is that cheap is so funny. Now it's impossible to get into the tournament, so it makes sense. But once you're there, you're not going to have to spend a whole lot. I think, John, tonight I'm doing shrampies and tots.
What?
Shrampies and tots, John. Open your ears.
What the hell is that?
It's shrampies and tots.
I've never heard of that.
I've said shrampies on the show numerous times.
I'm ignoring all of your silliness.
Interesting. By the way, shout out to John for earlier when we had our Masters preview with Matt Vincenzi for saying Oberg. I very much appreciated that from you, John. Good job by you.
That's true.
I am to shrampies as you are to Aberg or whatever you call him.
Yeah, but my mispronunciation actually looks like what it should be. You're just making up goofy words.
By the way, the Masters food thing always kind of makes me a little upset because you already got to be weirdly rich to get there in the first place. Why should they be rewarded with cheaper food? They can afford the expensive stuff.
I mean, it's not. You don't have to be rich to go because they do a lottery, so regular people can go too, Nick. I don't even think the badges are that expensive, all things considered. It's just actually getting access to them.
Yeah, it's getting the badge. It's not so much
the badge.
Taking the badge. It's holding the badge.
Nice, good reference, John.
Last night we got pizza and a calzone from a place. I don't want to name the place because it was kind of mid. Even mid pizza is still pretty good pizza, but it's still it wasn't great. I don't know about tonight. Probably more ham. Figuring out more ways to make the ham something.
More ham.
By the way, the leftover prime rib is made for very good beef stew last night.
Nice.
If I weren't
beef poo, shout out Stibbs.
Listen, it's exactly like roast beef. It's like a roast beef dinner, except it's in a
stew. Yeah.
Stew means gravy, Josh. Gravy.
The gravy. I do like gravy.
I've never thought about stew having gravy in it.
I mean, that's essentially what it is. I mean, it's.
No, you're right. I've just never thought of it that way.
Yeah, it's just it's like eating, something with gravy in it.
Gravy.
That'll do it for today. Tomorrow, it is Thursday. It is the first round of the Masters, which features our exclusive Masters updates with the most pleasant bird noises around.
We have Robin Washut. We have Bill Connolly.
Yeah, Bill Connolly will join us. We'll talk to Robin about the departure of Berkey and whatever else has happened in the portal between now and then.
And more.
So enjoy the baseball tonight if you're baseballing. Otherwise, have a great Wednesday.
John, have a great call.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Bye, Nick.
Goodbye.